Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. My name's George, and I don't have to pee. That is what I am and who I'll be in a few hours. I might have to pee. How do I sound? Does my voice sound okay for this stuff going on right here? Does my voice sound okay for this stuff? Yeah, okay, it seems okay. Alright. Let me try this again. Hello, and welcome to the Sad Stream. My name's George Wiedemann. I'm going to be playing through Metal Gear games on high difficulty modes with weird non-lethal, no-trink challenges and such in order to raise money to pay for mostly rental cars to go back and forth to be taking care of my mom, who lives many hours away in a city very far away, because I don't have a car. I've never even really been able to afford a car. And now I'm like thrown into this certain chunk of life where my mom desperately needs me to be spending hundreds of dollars renting cars every month to go back and forth to go visit her. Any pennies that anyone can throw into the hat will be greatly appreciated here. And in the meanwhile, I also have a list of observations and notes and topics that I would like to talk through while going through. Why am I loading up here? I don't think I picked the correct game on the list. Yeah, okay, so this was on the 18th, these were on the 19th at like 4:23 in the morning. Yeah, that's the one I want, isn't it? Oh, I gotta box up, okay. Yeah, I have a list of topics. Some of them I don't think will really be coming up until after the end of the game, when I'm going to be going into some, like, story analysis discussion type stuff. But, one thing that I hope has been, oh, do I have the eggs in my inventory? No. Okay, I needed to get eggs. Alright, I think I know where I'm going from here. One thing that I hope has been made clear enough by now is that, Metal Gear 2 is really where the series begins. The events of the story, the pacing of the story, the kinds of characters that you encounter, and the roles they fill, and the conversations that you have with them, almost all, throughout the whole entire progression of the story from Metal Gear 2 going on to Metal Gear Solid, follow some remarkably similar beats and movements. The series will go on to repeat a lot of those beats and movements from game to game over a period of decades, where you typically will have laser traps that need to be detected with cigarette smoke, or electrified floors that need to be blown up with remote control missiles, or women's sidekicks, like hot babes following Snake around who you can't really tell if he's like supposed to be regarding them as some kind of potential love interest that the story is setting up with him or not. What always ends up happening is they get the shit beat out of them. They have some very impressive, cool story moments to go through on their way to eventually getting the shit beat out of them to make the men feel bad. That has happened so far in the story that we've gone through. We have the plot twists where a boss is introduced as a former character from the previous game, who then gets introduced as a new scientist from this new game that you gotta rescue. I think I got that order backwards, but there's a snake in my inventory. I have to press the use button on top of the snake when it's crawling around. You pick up this egg, and it hatches into a snake. I forgot to call the animal expert. Maybe he'll say something now that I squished the snake? From what you're telling me, I can tell it's some kind of egg. Either a reptile egg or a bird egg. Oh, yeah, he doesn't know that it hatched into a snake and started eating my items, though. I should be conserving the chocolate rations. Okay, so that's B1. B2 and B3 are what I'm going to be using for most of the combat from the next section of the game because of how there's going to be a puzzle that I'm going to be solving using the chocolate rations. A very strange, quirky, Kojima-esque puzzle that's going to be coming up soon is going to require rations to solve. But yeah, I absolutely want more Metal Gear gamers to know about Metal Gear 2 and play Metal Gear 2 and appreciate Metal Gear 2 because it's one of the best games in the series. And a lot of that quality comes from the elegance and simplicity of going into 2D rather than 3D, and of not having as much sequel baggage going on between this game and the storyline that the rest of the games will have. Ah! See you later, fucker. Bye. Alright, let me bucket up. Oh, I guess he just decided to run away. I didn't have to kill him. I just punched him, ran away, came back, and he was gone. It's basically like I killed him, except it's not going to count against me. This game has a CQC melee system going on that fills that role, like almost MGS3-esque, where you have buttons on your controller that are mapped directly to the CQC move that knocks a guard out unconscious for several seconds at a time, that gives you enough maneuverability around to walk around them as if they're dead. I think it's 4 seconds that you get for punching a guard unconscious here, and that's a lot more than it felt like going into it. That 4 seconds... You can get a lot done in the 4 seconds of a guard getting knocked unconscious in Metal Gear 2 than I think you can in Metal Gear Solid 1, where there is no such equivalent move of one simple button on the controller that you can press that will instantly knock a guard out for a few seconds and let you get by. Speaking of which, I wonder how I'm going to get by these guys. Looks like the guard in the middle of the stage is going to be staying pretty close to his buddy on the left. I'm going to be tracking them by white dot on the radar for now. I'm just going to take a peek and then go back. That was pretty close. Hey, I could use binoculars instead. I did not have to risk that peek. Okay, so guy on the left, I think, is going to turn his back and move. At that point, I want to scurry behind him and hide in the truck for a while. Got it. Oh no, that bucket was too loudy. That bucket was too loudy! That bucket was too noisy. Oh, they're actually going to turn around now, aren't they? To go back to their previous points on their routes after they got distracted by the bucket noises? I could use the cassette player to stun them! I could use the cassette player, I could use CQC punches, I could, classically, sit and wait patiently for an interval. It looks like there should be an interval popping up in their routine at some point to clip through. Point is, you got options. You got... at least 3 options: cassette tape, cassette tape, CQC punches, and just good old clean classic line of sight movement stealth going on to get you through this one area of the game in a way that I don't think any areas of Metal Gear Solid have quite the same. No, helipad definitely. Yeah, no, I might not want to follow that statement up to the conclusion, but this little like block of guards that I'm sneaking past right now do have a remarkable amount of unique custom player dictated playstyles that might be able to get you through this in a funny, silly way. Case in point, let's try none of the previous options I just thought of and instead bucket my way through here. What's that? I'll let him shoot, and then when they... depending on their positioning... Ooh, it still hurt me. And, yes, okay. Depending on their positioning and movement, I'm going to be strategically switching from bucket to box. Unfortunately, it looks like you still get hurt if they walk into your bucket. Let's see if it's at least reduced damage. I should have switched to box. I was just talking about how I was going to try to be strategic about it. But anyways, maybe I can lose these guards in the truck. Oh, my egg hatched into an owl. Oh, this is great. There we go. There's my clean getaway. Ha, clean getaway. You know what I'm gonna do? I feel like I am depriving myself of an interesting little problem. I want to sneak through here legitimately. I don't want to get spotted and hide and then sneak back to the destination from a better vantage point that I've evaded and hidden to. I'm doing this in a way that I want to see it done, not necessarily in a way that the game has the characters loaded in right now. That's just like a level of player freedom and experimentation and player expression, that you do not get in this era. This era of games is still very much about the Castlevania style, Contra style, Mario style. Do the dance the developer has prescribed for you in 100% the way the developer has intended for you to go through. You might need to buy a bunch of guides and a bunch of strategy guides to be able to figure out every move of the dance the developer wants you to go through to beat this game. In Metal Gear 2, on the other hand, you got... It's beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous. You got a nice, respectable handful of options that are coherent, that make sense, that feel good to play. None of them feel too easy. None of them feel too hard. There is a certain amount of adaptability and flexibility to your playstyle and options here that is absolutely a decade ahead of its time. So, damn it. I don't want to use, the alert phase to sneak through the other side. Just because I am having fun doing it, I want to deal with some slightly worse bullshit to sneak through this, those two trucks that were two screens to the east back there. I could use the cassette tape! I could use the cassette tape, I could use the boxes and the buckets, and honestly right now, I want to use the boxes and the buckets just because it's funnier. It's not, like, advantageous, it's not faster, it's not safer, it's just funnier. And it feels like it's going to be just doable enough and just impossible enough to make for an interesting challenge. An interesting, player-driven, like, little side quest meta game that I made up all on my own for out of the tools and level design that they throw for you here. That's so cool. Yeah, this is interesting because you're usually tanky enough to just run and gun through here. Oh no, we're not running and gunning through here. We're boxing through here. Seeing your recent tweet makes me wonder what if Kojima made a pure immersive sim, not a military stealth. Well, he is making a new stealth game in the works. Code name is Fizzent at the moment. And, the borders between a stealth game and an immersive sim, I think, are extremely blurry by definition of the really janky really janky selection of video game genre terminologies that we currently have to work with. Immersive simulator basically means that there are so many interactive objects happening in the possibility space of the game presented to you that they end up aiding in the immersive process of, like, making the outside world around the game start to fade away, where you reach a certain state of concentration on the game that you are immersed. You are immersed in the game from how many different elements are being simulated. With the way that the terminology and the development of the genre works right now, that's kind of limiting. It's a very limited term that refers to first-person shooter games from the turn of the millennium up to homages from a decade later, like Prey, that are supposed to feel more immersive because of how many, a greater number of simulations going on in their systems. And I wouldn't say that Metal Gear 2 is an immersive sim. I don't think we're quite there yet. But I would say that the Metal Gear series goes there. I would classify MGS3 and up as an immersive sim. I don't necessarily know about 4. I feel like the stages in 4 are a little too narrower and sandboxy to really feel like there's a lot of simulating going on. But the guards' AI routines, the animals, especially the animals, like, especially when there's the, quality of a, like, naturalistic sort of layer to the world that the player nor even your immediate enemies are necessarily immediately engaging with. Like, animals, weather systems, animal systems are all hallmarks of immersive sims. So some of the Metal Gear games I would consider an immersive sim. I don't think we're quite there with Metal Gear 2 yet, but I am absolutely flabbergasted and impressed by how close it comes. Another big helper for the immersive quality is a somewhat realistic sort of presentation to the environment that you're in. This gets into the psychology of game designs. I don't think enough people talk about this stuff, but when I'm not an expert of it either. I'm going to sound awfully pretentious. I'm going to get a lot of things wrong when I talk about psychology. But I've listened to some psychology podcasts, and that's the best I got. But what I learned from them is a term called sensory affect, where when your eyeballs look at something, oh crap, I forgot to change to box. When your eyeballs look at something, it will oftentimes trigger a sensory affect. You will be affected. You'll get an affect, spelled with an A. You'll get affected, spelled with an E. The lecturer that I was listening to mentioned some good psychology podcasts. It is called The Philosophy of Psychology, an extremely good intro course that was recorded by a professor who died. Her daughter got the recordings, put them up for free, now that I guess she's too dead to worry about whether or not they're going through the red tape proceedings or releasing stuff correctly. I'm going on a tangent. The important psychology term here that I think is really applicable to game design is affect. The lecturer says that when your sensory organs interface with something in your environment that will remind your brain of something you can do with that, it's a sensory affect. That is when it's more like sensual and sensory rather than an active conscious process you're thinking about with words in your head in a spoken language. It's got to be a little more subconscious than that. The example that she was using was walking past a bakery, you smell some good, delicious baked goods, you become hungry. Even if you already ate food, even if you're not hungry, you might even not really like baked foods. The consciousness, the ego in your head, the soul in your body might not necessarily be as compatible with what the flesh of your body is doing, which is being hungry for some baked goods that you're walking past. I think that game developers can learn a lot from that psychology lesson by cross-referencing what the player's eyes, and in VR games other sensory organs get involved, and it's incredibly magical, by having an awareness that what the player's eyes land on the screen is going to be cross-referencing against a lot of subconscious and uncontrollable thoughts regarding what you can do with that pixel you're seeing on the screen and what it represents. So in 1996, when Duke Nukem 3D comes out and like transitions first person, oh damn, not fast enough. And transitions a lot of abstracted, hellish first-person environments over to more quasi-realistic ones that are based off of architectural floor plans of shops in the city they were going to and taking pictures of. Woo! Your eyeball will see things like sinks and television sets and toilets and doors and merchandise on a store shelf. Things that in real life, in your day-to-day life, you interact with. And even though in Metal Gear 2 you see things like that, like windows in this truck here, wheels on the truck that you might think you could shoot out to slow it down or something, you'll see sinks and bathrooms and TVs. Sure enough, the usual 0451 immersive sim test of a game design of whether or not you can interact with those little faucets and baubles and whatnot. It fails that test. You cannot interact with them. But they are there, and the thought of what they do to the player's brain is also there. I think it's no coincidence that so much important dramatic moments in this game happen in those more quasi-realistic areas where there's bathrooms and food and TVs. A lot more mundane, ordinary things that the player's brain would be accustomed to interacting with in real life is sometimes visible in the game stages. Not necessarily interactive, but it might make you think they're interactive, which is the important thing. Check this out. Boom! Oh, he's not... Is he coming? Yeah! There's a very very subtle simulationist system going on in this game that is absolutely crazy, where guards will react to you punching on the wall behind them. He went out of his way to go check the side of that crate that I punched at, and if I keep punching, he'll keep at it. So I realize I've been stuck at this area for quite a while. It might not necessarily be worth doing the really wacky, fun, player-driven, like self-made objective of a metagame I've created here out of these two guys and this tiny little choke point I need to sneak past them. So, you know, I'll give it like 3 more attempts. And if I don't get it after 3 more attempts, I'll use some other trick. I still don't feel like my patience has been tested enough to the point where I want to brute force through here. I'm still having fun screwing around with these guys in a immersive simulationist stealth system. That's what we're gonna call it. Man, video game terminology is bad. I would not call Metal Gear 2 an immersive sim. I would absolutely say that it's incredibly fantastic and impressive for the time period because of how close they got. Have you tried using the mouse? No, I should. I actually. Your red berets, that reminds me I gotta feed my reed barrels. I forgot about the mouse. I was thinking I could use the cassette to get through here. I could also do some punches. I think the punches would be the opt-out. The ultimate opt-out would be just powering through it with evasion phase and getting out of here with that method instead. However, I want to use the boxes and the buckets because they're funny. So, yeah, the ultimate cop-out would be getting spotted and just brute forcing through it through the evasion phase. The consolation cop-out, I want to say, would be using the cassette tape. No, using the punches. Third consolation cop-out would be using the cassette tape to stun them and just walk past. If that's how it works. I'm not quite 100% experienced quite yet with the delicate nuances of the cassette tape. I need to go a little bit higher. Okay, now bucket. Okay. So, barring that, next most yeah! Wait, can I actually raid this place? Is this a B3 ration or a B1? 3, 2... It's B1, I bet. If I have too many. Yeah! I took too long in here. The guards are already back. Okay. But I have made good progress and spotted the interval I can use to get out of here. Both guards are going to be west of me with both their backs turned to me in just a few seconds. That's how I'm going to interpret. Oh, and I love how much information is withheld from you from this radar thing. So yeah, I've gone through this section a few times to the point where I can now deduce with my naked eyes what the guard placements are supposed to look like from the, can I actually get out right now? No, I can't look out the truck. There we go, now. Ha 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 ha! So, yes, I am a huge fan of games that withheld a lot of, explicit game helper information so that you are using some of your brains instead. Your own. Well, I know not to go in there now. There's a ration in there, and that's total bait. That ration in there is bait. Oh boy. Now we're... Yeah. Immersive sims are odd because it's basically just what if Looking Glass games were a genre? And yeah, it's kind of like that. Looking Glass games tend to, I mean, as a more often traditional label of their genre, tend to be like stealth games, right? So far as like the core loop goes in terms of immediately, your most immediate obvious solutions for sneaking past your most immediate obvious problems in those games are going to involve stealth and sneaking. That's where I think the lines are so blurry between, immersive sims and other genres, and Metal Gear Solid. What am I saying? Metal Gear games. Metal Gear Rising isn't an immersive sim. Metal Gear 2 made 17 years before Metal Gear Rising is closer to being an immersive sim than Metal Gear Rising is. They keep the animals in a room northwest of here. Ah, that's where you get your eggs for your owls. I hear owls at night. It's so scary. I can't sleep. No, what? At night, they turn off the power, so all the laser fences get turned off too. Then we get to play inside, as long as the grown-ups don't catch us. What if the girl on the south here is Sniper Wolf? What if one of these girls is Sniper Wolf? The Metal Gear Solid series retroactively complicates the events of the previous game to the point where you end up asking questions like that as you go through your replays. I have some newfound appreciation, I think, for the retcons after playing through the series over and over again so many times. The amount of retcons that goes on in future Metal Gear games was pretty embarrassing during the heat of the moment when it was happening. With future retrospect, it seems like there are other long-running franchises. Like it is a problem of dealing with a long-running franchise that Metal Gear might have sort of compromised on better than other long-running, multi-decade-long franchises. Deliberately contradicting the story of the previous game in order to make it fit the complexities of a sequel, while also incentivizing your customers to go back and buy old copies and replay through the games again, seems like a pretty smart way to handle it. Anyways, we got an animal in our pocket and an animal-based puzzle. Let's see if our animal expert friend can give us some hints here. My profile image is based off of, oh god, who was the actor who played Mario in the 90s? Metal Gear 2 cast. Bob Hoskins. So we're gonna be giving Jacobson here the Bob Hoskins Mario voice from the early 90s. That's a Zanzibar wood owl. As I'm sure you know, owls are nocturnal hunters. There are about 120 species found throughout the world. The Zanzibar wood owl is about 20 centimeters long and is found primarily in Central Asia. It lays white eggs every 2 to 7 days. Incubation is carried out exclusively by the female. That's... Oh, incubation. For a second I thought he was talking about something else. But yeah. I was about to be like, oh yeah, good, that makes a lot of sense. Thanks for your animal expertise, Jacob. With genetic modifications, the eggs can hatch in a few days. Because that owl is nocturnal, and because it always hoots right after sunset, people in Zanzibar land use it to tell the time. In fact, they rely on the owl so much that if one of them hoots during the day, people will think it's nighttime. Over and out. Do the Mario! Yeah, we get Yoji Shinkawa portraits. We don't have the, low-resolution, bit-crunched screenshots from movie actors that the original version of this game got. Damn, I'm gonna be late! So that was the MSX trying to make the noise of an owl hooting. That was a guard thinking that it's sun's... Oh, and that was a musical stinger! A scripted musical stinger! Ah! This game. This is... Whew, thank God he didn't glance my way. There's like 7 pixels of movement that guard's head makes. In zooming in on 7 slightly moving pixels of this guard's face is how I'm gonna know what my interval's gonna be for getting through here. The music, like, suddenly ramped up and got more exciting. The owl's hooting and he wants to come over and investigate it! What? How did they do this? How did they do this? I was doing a little more research on the MSX2 last night, and, like, it's... Okay, this is a problem that Metal Gear 2 didn't manage to solve, but, like, this system couldn't even make the background scroll. 1, 2, 3. There's 3 guards patrolling through off-screen space in a, like, clockwork of a cyclical routine. The white dots are flashing, they are moving, they are thinking, they are glancing over their shoulders. If you get spotted, they follow noises, they, like, have a little bit more of an MGS2 style search and clear routine where you have to wait for them to finish clearing a room before you can come out. It's incredible. There's lots of rats in the jail. They steal all kinds of things and take them back to their nests. The grown-up... I need to increase my pitch. The grown-ups put out sulfuric acid and try to get rid of them. Sulfuric acid? That's an actual freaking puzzle hit. There's elevation. If I can crawl up here, I won't be spotted. Yes, if I crawl on my belly, the crest of my silhouette will not raise above the threshold of the cover required to keep me hidden. God almighty. I can't. Like, I'm about to play Ghost Babel after this, I think. And if, like, the fans talk so much about what a great 2D Metal Gear game Ghost Babel is, but honestly, like, if I'm gonna end up seeing the Game Boy version of Metal Gear not be able to pull off some of the stuff that this one is doing, I'm wondering how well I'm just gonna be, end up testing my faith in gamers once again. White dot underneath me, gotta be a little careful about this. This is extra, I don't need that, that was a waste. Before... Ooh, that was a close call. Before I move ahead, I want to search these other houses. It might be kind of tricky, actually, to get past these guards. I don't think there's anything strictly necessary in there, and it's under a lot of guard surveillance. There's 3 guys coming in and out of these 2 houses on the east that I want to check out next. But the walls in the way of the houses... Can I crawl space to my right? No. Oh, that sucks. I can only crawl space to the south. I can hide in these crawl spaces down here. That ought to work. I wonder why they all have gas masks here. That's a good question. Oh, the interiors. It's a research and development area. I do remember gas triggering in some of these interiors, and the animal lab that they have to the northwest of here where you get the eggs would count as a, you know, research and development area flagged with dangerous science going on, like gas. Oh! Singing sand! There was... I didn't know that was there. There was a sound trap there. I accidentally walked on a sound trap and got out just in the nick of time, like in Hunt Showdown. George, does Holly cease to exist after that game? Do they ever talk about her again? They never talk to her again. No, Holly ceases to exist after this game. Not even I can... Not even I can tell you anything about the prison. Sorry. See ya. Okay, guard's going north again. I'm gonna resume my northern trek. See, look at that. I just crawled underneath his field of vision because they're simulating some 3D depth going on between the height of the terrain he's patrolling. That's... Ugh! I mean, come to think of it, I don't necessarily know if it's, like, super technically impressive, because I believe the game logic's kind of just treating the elevation depth blocker as a solid wall, more so than anything else. But it's like... it's the principle of the thing. It's the fact that they've even bothered to think of something like this. Well... It looks like a counterclockwise to get to those buildings on... counterclockwise route to get to those buildings on the east from the west is not going to work out. I have to go... Or, no, I mean a clockwise route wouldn't work out, because it looks like I'm going counterclockwise right now. So that guard's a problem. He's going to be glancing to his left at some point in his routine. There. And that's when I have, I think, my opportunity to go up center... when the white dot up center is not in my way, that is. Wait, there might actually be a safer route to the east. I need to box up before moving into this. Yeah, there's that guard. Gotta box up before moving into his potential path. Yeah, you know what? It might just be a safer route to go through the interiors instead of sneaking around the guards on the exterior. There might actually be a route to those eastern buildings from the west here, or there might not be, in which case it looks like I still have a pretty safe way to come back and correct my course. Oh, we got a guard coming. Let's see if he crosses paths with me here. Come on, come on. Move, move. There we go. Now, gotta remember to switch to cardboard before moving. You can move silently when you're wearing cardboard, but when you're wearing metal, you make clanking noises. Imagine using bucket in the 3D games. MGS4 has a bucket. It's more of a giant oil drum, but similar concept. It's like a cardboard box, but louder and slower, but has better bulletproofing protection. Oh, I also remember the bucket in MGS4 being kind of like a melee sort of weapon item. You can like roll down hills and knock over guards and they won't immediately raise an alert because they'll think they got hit by some rolling bucket. And it looks like I was wrong. I was totally freaking wrong about there being a route to the eastern buildings from the west here. Lower agility, better defense. Yeah, that's the trade-off. Same exact trade-off happening here in this game. We are 18 years before Metal Gear Solid 4 coming out, and more or less the same rules regarding which one of these two disguises you can wear are applying. Before I go out, let's peek with binoculars. Oh, I can't. Ah, damn, this is a weakness. Alright, I guess next best thing would be boxing up before I go out. Okay. Thankfully, the guard was on my left when I came out, so I might be free to move. So, I unfortunately am going to have to sneak past these guards to raid the two buildings on the east. That's fine. Just study their routes, study the timing, move in the intervals that I'll get. But I'll get. Oh, kids. I want chocolate! Mister, do you have a B1 ration? B1 rations have chocolate! Yeah, if you know the puzzle ahead, they are just screaming at you the solution to the puzzle. The one-eyed man is like our daddy. He doesn't like grown-ups. And all of us series fans know who the one-eyed man is supposed to be. What's that? How long has it been since I've been spotted? Like, it feels really satisfying to sneak past these guys, too. Like, MG2... I remember the PS3 and Xbox 360 versions having a very strange, lagging feeling to their controls. The Master Collection, for all the griping that the fans on Reddit and the YouTube comments are going to do in the smartest places in the internet, of course, for all the griping the fans are going to do about the Master Collection, it does actually have a better version of Metal Gear 2. The controls are a little faster here, and it is super fun to just blitz through here past some of these guards. Now that I have a full bag of tools at the end of the game, it is so fun to make use of them and see what sort of clever, cool tricks I can constantly be coming up with to make these stealth sections go by as clean as possible. Okay, I make noise on the sand when wearing the box. This guard's a problem. I cannot get in the building to the east of me with him in front of it like that. So I'm gonna box one step at a time when he has his head turned to the left. He turns his head left and right. I still can't get over how subtle of an animation that is on his sprite, but despite how big of a deal it is to the gameplay, it actually changes the cone he's looking at from left to right. He's like an oscillating fan. So I'm going to move in little burst interval steps when his face is pointed at the box to try and sneak away from him up to his right, my left, the planet's west. Look how funny it looks, too. Oh, I better switch to bucket. All clear. It works. How close am I gonna... Is this actually gonna work? Is this actually... I'm sorry. Like, there are very few games that give me that kind of rush that I just got right there. I guess to make it easier on the way back, though, because I wasn't necessarily thinking about how I'm going to get out of here without getting spotted, but I'll just punch him and run off screen. I think I can get out of here easier than I can get in here, actually. Look at how clean this is turning out, too. I haven't been spotted in, like, a good 10 minutes at this point. Oh, here we go. Nice. Weapons. Instead of kids giving me the solutions to puzzles I already know, there's something actually kind of useful in here. Okay, I'm gonna very carefully inch... Damn it! Alright, I screwed it up. I should have gone the way back I came around. He was ultimately just placed way too close to the edge of the screen for me to move across the edge of the screen and not bump into him with contact damage. Master of Stealth, it is George. The box is just getting closer and closer every time he glances at it. Oh, and I didn't even think of that stealth intel. Owl the man to investigate somewhere else. There's the owl that hoots in this area that gets guards moving. There's the mouse. There's the cassette tape. Oh my god. This is why... Yeah, that right there is the explanation. The amount of simulations going on, the amount of ways you can interact with those simulations, and how there's this, like, clockwork routine to the guards. They will move around the environment without you, without your input. You get this feeling that there is a living world going on without your input. Something that happens in the future that's also pretty rare for the 1990s in games is happening here. And the amount of options that I could have had for that. I picked the one that I thought was funny. I picked the one that was the most fun for me and my own specific weird preferences for fun. You remember when Deus Ex came out in 1990 and all the gaming magazines were proclaiming it the most impressive human accomplishment since the moon landing by talking about how, like, Deus Ex is a unique game that adapts itself to the player's own preferred playstyle. If you like shooting people up, or like sneaking people around, or like avoiding combat altogether and doing dialogue, there's probably a system in there that'll get you playing the game you want to play in your own way without really even trying to think about it that hard. Well, turns out that's happening. That's happening right here. That has been happening for the past 30 minutes. Haha. I gotta remember the mouse. I keep forgetting that I have these distraction tools in my inventory. Such a typical Metal Gear problem, though, right? You keep forgetting that you have all these gadgets that can get you to perfectly stealth your way through some non-lethal This. Let me call for some assistance, because this I think is going to be the hardest room to sneak through. I'm at the end of the game. I'm changing my frequency. I'm setting the new frequency by tap code. I'm changing my frequency. I'm setting the new frequency by tap code. I'm changing my frequency. I'm sending the new frequency by tap code. You'll have to decipher it. Over and out. All right, let's get that going again. I'm talking so much about how great this game is, and great stuff just keeps getting thrown at me again and again and again. Whew. Okay. We're gonna bring up the manual. MG2 manual English, and we're gonna re-rail my previous train of thought, which is that there are so many options for particular gameplay styles, for personal preferences of play style here, that I think this is getting really close to the bill for whatever in the world an immersive simulator is supposed to be. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. So what we're gonna do now is find a section in the manual that has a tap code decipher key. Like, instead of just flipping open the manual and typing in phone numbers, I say that you do that once in this game. You, like, solve a little puzzle with a notebook and a pen that you dig out from behind the desk. And decipher his Morse code here. 6, 1, 6, 4, 7, 4, 6, 3, or 2. That last one was 5, but the second to last one could have been either a 5 or a 6, but seeing as how he already said it was a radio code, we can use our brains to you know, do some deduction and figure out what the solution's going to be by process of elimination sometimes if we don't have quite enough puzzle pieces from the manual here. This is so cool. I love this stuff so much. Okay, so 6-1, if we go down 6 places on the first column and 1 space on the second column, is, of course, 1. I bet the next one's going to be 4. It's 6 places down, 4 places across, so that's 4. I bet the next one's going to be 0. 7 down, 4 across is 0. So, and now we have to do some guesswork here. We might have to do some process of elimination, like cracking a code in real life. I'm not quite entirely sure on some of the notes that I scribbled down here, but we can use process of elimination to figure it out perfectly fine. So it was either a 2 or a 3. It was 6 places down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A 2 or a 3 is very convenient. That's either going to be 2 or 3 as a number. So the last one ended with 5. 140 point, either 2, 3, or ended on 5 across. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Across of 5, 6. So it's going to be either 0 or 5. So it's 140.20, 140.25, 140.30, 140.35. Let me just take a listen to it again, get the last digit out of the way. We don't gotta spend too much time on this stuff. Six. 3. Alright. 3. Let's try 140.23. Even the music, like, this music fits really well for sneaking past guards and also scribbling down cryptic keys from military commandos trying to send you coded messages. So good! Alright, 140.23 did not work. What were the other potentials? 140.20? No. 140.25. I might even have to use a bunch of elimination regardless. Okay, we're out of the 2s. Let's try 140.30. 140.33. I screwed it up. Let me listen to that code again. 6, 4, 7, 5. Huh. Oh, and now I messed it up. Talking about it broke the sequence. Come on, come on. One more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1. 4. Alright, the new digits I'm going to try for the last 3 points are going to be 7-5, 6-2, and 6-4. That will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 140.2 140.24. Oops. Yeah, there we go. If you need to know anything about mercenaries or enemy weapons, ask our mercenary expert, George. He knows everything. I thought I already had him in my phone number. Yeah, he's right there. Okay. So, am I going to get any tips for this room in particular? Because this room in particular, I think, is supposed to be the hardest one. Not even I can tell. Yeah, right. Gotcha. Okay. Maybe Miller has something? He just kind of has pep talk. I don't think he knows anything about the actual place I'm in. When faced with a difficult task, just tell yourself, I can do it, and do it. Imagine how happy you'll be when you succeed. Don't picture the game over screen, even if you make a mistake. Keep your spirits high, and use the power of positive... and use the power of positive thinking. Over and out. Well, I think I'm just gonna have to figure it out on my own. So, oh, God, should I get out? Should I box up? I should box up. I should bucket up, actually. He might come walking down this pathway here. I have read guides and seen videos that portrayed this particular room as one of the hardest to sneak past with pure alert-free, no damage taken, no enemies spotted, no kills, no damage given stealth. Let's see how true those are. Hey, are there gonna be mines around here? Let me give a glimpse with the mine detector first. Because I'm kind of underwhelmed. It looks like I could be able to box past these guys pretty easily. Ooh, he's about to shoot. Better switch to bucket! So good. What? It feels so... like, just doing that feels like you're Odysseus fooling the Cyclops or something. Like it feels like you've gotten away with some brilliant move of intelligent violence. It's such a good feeling. I think I can afford to look at chat for a second here. It turns out that this room might not be such a big deal at all. Oh, I have to punch the switch. I bet that is, okay, yeah, punching the switch would immediately wake this guard up and get him to turn around and look at me. So I'm gonna punch the guard first! Oh, maybe I could actually put some distance between us? No, I'm punching the guard first, then punching the elevator, then putting the bucket on! Oh my gosh. Bye! See you later, fuckers! I'm out! Woo! Oh no, you're looking at the manual still? God damn, you missed it! No! No, you... I'm really, as you can tell, I'm really enjoying this, but I am sorry that I had to deal with some sort of terrible mistake involving the manual still being up while doing some of the most impressive stealth tricks. It's me, your #1 fan. Snake, watch yourself. You've got company, Night Fright, the last surviving member of the Whispers. You know, the legendary guerrilla unit, Night Fright. He's wearing a state-of-the-art camouflage suit that makes him practically invisible. Not only that, he'll attack you with a gun that's completely silent. No one has ever seen his face. You do know what you have to do, right? Lucky me, I've got a fan club. Oh, Snake! Yeah. Oh, never mind. I was wondering if he knows who... Use your ears, Snake! Over and out. Really what you do is you just kind of hide behind a crate and throw grenades to the other side and catch him in the blast radius. Also, it said that his gun was silent, but I'm still hearing the same MSX gunshot noise that I hear when I use my gun. So let me actually see how well the sound does carry. One thing I mentioned before is that it feels like the bosses in this game had different designs than what ended up getting implemented in the final game. Because, #1 fan, listen to his footsteps. They're saying that you gotta listen to his footsteps to beat him. Use them to figure out where he is. There are 4 types of floors. There are 4 types of floors in there and 4 types of footstep sounds? When the enemy shoots at you, aim for the muzzle flash. Okay. It is going to be pretty hard to tell where you should shoot your bullets or throw your grenades based on those footstep noises. The MSX has no stereo audio. Holy cow, are they trying, though? So instead of having audio coming from your left and right speakers, you have audio coming from the left and right portions of the map. The method I figured out my first time through, what all the guides will recommend, what all the people will say is you just hide behind some crates and throw grenades around to catch them in the grenades. Pretty generous blast radius. But, I mean, as we can see, there's a lot, like, going on that they might have been intending for us to deal with that didn't make it into the final cut. Like, maybe if there were, like, less noisy floors, like if the environment was mostly silent floors and you had to lure him into a noisy floor and lay a trap for him there or something. Maybe if there was some slight particle effects, like maybe a little pixel of dust every now and then would fall underneath his footsteps. There's got to be a more elegant way to do this boss fight. Like, the flavor text is just feeding your imagination in terms of how much cool stuff could be going on in this boss fight, but visually we're not really seeing it, are we? I guess the similar strengths and weaknesses for Metal Gear Solid and Metal Gear 2 share a thread too, and that is that the strengths are in the story and stealth gameplay, weaknesses are in the bosses. I was about to say, like, maybe some individual line readings of writing, but I don't think that phenomenon really starts until individual lines of line reading of writing, but I don't think that phenomenon's really going to start until Metal Gear Solid 2. Luckily, the Invisible Man fires visible bullets. And there is so much cover in here. You know, maybe this is another thing. Maybe they should have taken away all this cover. It's just too easy to hide behind barrels and throw grenades. Unfortunately, there's no fun death speech or villainous backstory from George Kassler about Night Fright. Just, inference. So, before I screw around with this, I'm actually going to take the elevator up and down. Boop. There's pools of acid on the floor of the next area I gotta cross, and you use the solution to a puzzle I'm not going to spoil right now to get past it. If you touch the acid, you instantly die, and I would be pretty worried about having to replay the boss fight if I died, so I am going to save a checkpoint at an elevator before coming down. Solve that problem. Those are danger puddles, yes. There's poo water on the ground. Don't step in the poo water. So, if I get close, like, there should be a phone call. I think it's Jacobson who has the details. No? Is it Campbell? If you get into trouble, give How to deal with... How to deal... I can't do Master Miller very well. How to deal with sulfuric acid. Let's see. You could neutralize it if you had something with caustic soda in it. I got it. You got any chocolate on you? That ought to do the trick. Sulfuric acid reacts with the sugar in chocolate to produce carbon and a rubbery substance. C12H22O11. Table sugar. See if you can find some chocolate. Over and out. So you just equip the ration, walk on top of the puddle, It instantly subtracts the ration from your inventory and turns the puddle from dangerous poo water into perfectly harmless pee water. Oh no! I don't have the level 9 keycard to get through the door. I forgot. I wonder where it could possibly be. You should be able to get card 9 from Jungle Evil. Don't you mean card 8? He only had card 8. No, he was in charge of cards 8 and 9. He must have dropped it somewhere. Check the area he was in. The card should be there. Keep up the good work. So it's also gonna make you do some annoying backtracking, just like in Metal Gear Solid 1. They pad out the suspense and conclusion of the game's final act with this backtracking here, where we're gonna have to get card 9 from a boss arena we cleared out earlier. We are also gonna have to freeze a key. I wonder if I should go back and do that now or later. I'll go back and do it later. I feel like it would be a higher risk play to risk the key melting back into room temperature on my way down here, and then wasting all the time required to make a second trip back up and then do it all over again, whereas if I get the key and then come back, I can probably save a little time from not having to do 2 trips. This part is cruel. As I understand, it doesn't even spawn until you get this call. Yeah, that is true. I was watching a friend play through this a while ago, and that is indeed how it works. I don't know if I'd say cruel, though. Cruel seems a little harsh. It's it's inconvenient. It's imperfect. Like cruelty implies some kind of ooh, I barely avoided hitting the detection on that. I mean, come on, we're not playing a Dark Souls game here. This isn't. This is being cheeky with some video game humor about the occasionally annoying nature of backtracking, and what I think is pretty funny is a story we all relate to, which is dropping something outside in the yard and losing it in the grass and never finding it ever again. There's some humor to the premise of you having to go back to where someone dropped a card in the bushes and look for it, that I think is somewhat lost on the Metal Gear Solid scenario. I'm gonna do some CQC to get out of here. That's somewhat lost on the Metal Gear Solid scenario, where it's like a futuristic high-tech pan card that changes shape, thus requiring backtracking. You got your futuristic high-tech memory alloy card that will necessitate some backtracking to an earlier freezer area. Here it's a more low-tech, funny, relatable problem to do one chunk of the backtracking, and then the futuristic shape-changing card to do the other chunk of the backtracking. There it is, card 9. I just glanced at chat and saw this exchange between Conzuit and Token about whether or not which version of Big Boss is the real. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just glanced at chat and saw people making mistakes about Metal Gear Solid lore. That's all. It was. The way these games are meant to be played is by making tons of mistakes over getting. I mean, I can forgive that. Remember how I began my Metal Gear Solid 2 streams unsure of whether or not George Sears was the president? I think it's a little more, even more complicated regarding whether or not it's Venom Snake or the medic, and at least we know for sure that this really is Master Miller we're talking to. It's not Liquid fooling us with sunglasses and hair. So, I also appreciate that the radar has a longer scanning range than it does in MGS. I feel like that is greatly helping out with making this stealth so much cleaner than it was in my recent MGS run. I am not getting spotted often, and I'm not even killing the guards. Is it just me, or was there a ration around this corner? Oh, I'm thinking of a different corner. There is a ration around this corner, and I should go get it. I have a little bit of sliver of health I could top off, and I no longer need to be stocking up B1 rations for the chocolate puzzle. When I go back to building 1, I'm going to pick up the final master keycard in sequence. I think you have red, green, blue. And that'll save time when opening doors, but I also feel like it's worth giving building 1 a once-over, almost. Should I go up and down that whole thing again and clear it out before finishing the game, or what? Nah, I don't need to. I'm remembering what's out there, and I don't think it's anything important. Okay, here, you guys get to see it again. Yeah, for some reason, I've read guides and watched videos that portrayed this room in particular as being some of the toughest sneaking in the game. And it looks like it's just a pure patience test up until I was doing some punching at the end. But maybe I'd even be able to get in and out of here without doing punching. Let's find out. So I'm gonna punch the elevator button when top guard is furthest away from it. And as soon as I press it, I'm gonna put the disguises back on. Ah, it didn't work. Well, the lesson that we learned today was that you should punch guards before punching elevators. Watch this. Bye! Oh, see, look, they're gassing it up. That's why they're wearing gas masks. The attention to detail still applies. They are actually gassing up the rooms that they wear gas masks in. This elevator also does not go up, I believe. I wonder if I step outside the southern door if it'll turn the alert on, or not. Ah, nope. Well, like I said a few seconds ago, I learned a very important lesson just now. That was to punch guards before punching elevators, but it looks like the elevator's open for me, so I don't... Right when I said it! What's that? It's just a box that magically turns into a bucket. I like how I just accidentally picked the one tiny little, like, 6-pixel radius spot on the ground that happens to be the safe gap between these two guys. Okay, punch him, then punch the elevator. Then put the box on. And we're good. It works! Still feels pretty funny the second time through. It's kind of funny that there's a level 0 door right before the level 9 door. 7, 8, 9, there we go. Ah, Snake, you're too late. He's already passed away. His heart couldn't take it anymore. Wait, what's that bruise on his neck? Not to worry, Snake. Marv may be dead, but the plans for Oilix are safe. Marv was a very careful man. He left behind a copy of the plans in case of emergency. He had a reputation as a video game enthusiast. He even used to have them shipped to him from the West every month. A few days ago, he hid some microfilm in the circuit board of one of his game cartridges. It was an Oh boy. It was an MSX cartridge made by a Japanese company called Konami. MSX? That's the world's best-selling brand of computer, isn't it? Then, he hid the cartridge inside the locker. Where's the key? I don't know. I couldn't get it out of him. I mean, he never told me. Da da da. I love how when there's a plot twist, it actually... it goes dun dun dun. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. Snake, you're in danger! Holly, what's wrong? Snake, it's Madnar. I thought there was something strange about him, so I had the agency check him out. After he was rescued from outer heaven, apparently things didn't go well for him. His radical theories were rejected in the West. He was dismissed as a madman and shut out from the scientific community. And as time went on, he was forgotten. Madnar wasn't exactly happy with the scientific community either. He must have been searching for some way to get back at them. That's when Zanzibar Land talked him into becoming a double agent. He'd use his status as a scientist to feed technological secrets from the East and the West to Zanzibar, and Dr. Marv's... And Dr. Marv's disappearance? Right, the timing is too perfect. Madnar must have given them every detail of Marv's itinerary in the US. Madnar was after Oilix all along. That's why he wanted to go to America with Marv. Okay, I'm sorry. Is everyone in the Zinju, are you cringing at that absolutely hilarious MSX product placement? At the comic relief? The fourth wall breaking comic relief? That's like... There's a trailer, an MS4 announcement trailer, where they start talking about the cell processor in the PlayStation 3. That's not out of line. It is absolutely perfectly in line with the tone of this game. It is cute. It is self-referential. It is confident. MSX, the world's best-selling. It is the funniest shit. Come on, Zinju. Come on. Everyone in Twitch chat, tell Zinju to have a sense of humor and stop cringing at the funny jokes. I'm afraid you got me. I'm afraid you got me, Snake. I gave up everything to be a part of your world, even the country I was born and raised in. But your world had nothing but contempt and abuse for me. I just wanted to finish Metal Gear. It is the culmination of all my life's work in robotology, but your politicians were only interested in nonsense like SDA, NEW, and brain bombs. I passed on the scientific secrets of the East and West to Zanzibar, and in return, they aided me in my efforts to improve Metal Gear. Madnar, did you kill Dr. Marv? Yes! He would not share the secret of Oilix with me. And it was I who caused Gustava's death on the bridge by contacting Fox from the sewer. The bathroom break. Snake, I know Marv, no, Gustava, gave you the key to the locker. Give it to me. I can't breathe. Okay, so this boss is also the funniest shit. Old ass Dr. Einstein man grabs onto Snake and just starts strangling him. The actual way you beat this boss. This is the in-game recommended way. Let's see, is it Kassler who's gonna give it to us? Oh man, is Kassler not picking up the phone? Maybe Holly? Getting strangled by Dr. Einstein. Not even I can tell. Alright, So I do believe someone in here tells you to just start putting mines on the ground and jumping into them. Maybe it happens if you take a few hits. Is Kassler really not picking up the phone? Nah, I guess he's not a mercenary. He's Albert Einstein, so Kassler doesn't know anything about him. So it's full-on evil, just full-on Dr. Wily. It's... Dr. Wily is great. Yeah, alright. No funny phone calls about this. Ah, no! I should have rationed. I wasn't keeping track of my health meter. Hello, Fat Boy P. Thanks for the subscription. There's a character named Madnar in Snatcher. Isn't there a character... No, yeah, actually, isn't there, like, not a character, a unit, a concept or something in Snatcher named Metal Gear? A nightclub named... No, the nightclub's named Outer Heaven. I think it's a, like, unit of the police or something that's called Metal Gear. Less of a place or a thing than a concept. There's a robot sidekick. Okay, that's what I was thinking of. So it was a thing. Not a place, but a thing. Oh yeah, that's in Metal Gear Solid 4 too, the Snatcher little robot Metal Gear. So let's do body armor, and also keep an eyeball or two on my health meter. Oh, because I'm taking damage sometimes. I see, so I was actually damaging myself as much as I was him. He just disappeared for a few frames. Alright, so now am I gonna get my next objective? If you need to know anything about mercenaries, call George. Okay. Gas grenades plus gas mask is OP in that fight. I have been neglecting the gas grenades. What would... Oh, and I guess the gas mask would be there to keep yourself from taking damage, right? I'll have to try that method someday. Gustava's brooch seems to be made out of a memory alloy. Try changing the temperature of the brooch. Over and out. There's the hint. So, Gustava's brooch is a key that opens this locker here that has a Konami branded MSX game cartridge with The cure to global warming hidden on it. I believe we can fast travel back to Building 1 using the trucks. So we'll be taking the trucks back to Building 1. When we arrive at Building 1, we're going to get a new key card, and then go to Floor 4, and freeze the key, make our way back in much the same way we did the first time through. Oh wait, or not necessarily. I think the truck is really going to be key for getting back here, for being able to bypass the giant crevice in the ground that you use the hang glider to cross over, but can't return over a second time. Wait, it's already in the right shape? What? Are you serious? I will be kicking myself if it turns out that it's already in the right shape. Because I thought I heated it up. And, decided not to test out whether or not it would still be cold by the time I finished all the three boss fights, actually. The 3 boss fights and 3 areas you clear out before you're getting it. So it doesn't turn room temperature when it's buried in your pockets. Also, there's a dot in the room. What? Okay, that dot's ominous. I'm trying to remember whether or not Madnar is gonna wake up or not. I don't remember him waking up. Boom, boom. Bo-do-do-do. What are these weird mice? Well, that sounds like the highly poisonous Zanzibar hamster. There are 1,183 different species of mice in the world. Hamsters are rodents belonging to the mouse family. They grow to be about 25 to 28 centimeters long and are found across northern Eurasia and in Iraq. That variety was probably bred to be a house pet. Why would they use the highly toxic Zanzibar land? This thing will kill Solid Snake. Look at Solid Snake. Look at this man. These mice will kill that man in like 1 frame of contact damage. Why in the world would these be a house pet? House mice are very cautious creatures. They won't come out of their nests with humans around. Their favorite food is cheese. That's it, cheese. You can use cheese as bait. Do you have any cheese on you? Too bad you're not here. I just ordered a pizza myself. Over and out. That's a good conversation. I need to get out of... Oh! I just skipped through some more potentially entertaining dialogue about cheese, but I guess I never knew that extended dialogues about cheese were also a quirky part of this Kojima game. Alright, B3 is the one with cheese in it. I'm gonna save the game before we move on, because I will definitely want some kind of checkpoint on this area for future replays because of how I'm about to get locked out. So, the way that pest control works for this chunk of Metal Gear 2 is you use the cheese to lure the mice out, and then you just start shooting the shit out of them as they come through the choke point. Wait, I need to try that one again. Chocolate, there we go. Yeah, let me line myself closer up with the choke point they're gonna be coming through. There's a nice little line on the ground to help me aim. Do I need to step inside and let them, like, get a whiff of it? Ooh, you can see it. You can see the cartridge at the top of the room. Is this the wrong ration? Chocolate. Yeah, it was. Okay. This is the cheese ration, alright. Oh, now they're coming. I didn't even need to take a step in there for them to start coming through. This is... God, I wish I could do this with the roaches in my house. Oh my god, this is... As someone who has Gone through life frequently dealing with bullshit pest control issues. That was really satisfying. Okay, I mean, I love animals as much as the next guy, but that was really satisfying. I'm sorry. The non-lethal run is over. I know, I was killing all the mice. Charles Entertainment Cheese. Also, this is a crawl space. I can't get up. There's like depth implied here. This is supposed to be a little vent or something, a little hidey hole. I picked up a cartridge. The game cartridge left behind by Dr. Marv. The Oilex microfilm is hidden inside. I'm just wondering if, like, you know, since the MSX is more a Japanese gaming computer than a Japanese gaming console, and since he has this MSX game stashed away in a kind of secret location, I'm starting to wonder what kind of habits and hobbies Dr. Marv was keeping from the world by hiding it back there. Anyways, he'll never let you get away. He'll use it. He'll use Metal Gear. I have one last gift for my daughter, Ellen. I'll tell you how to destroy it. How to destroy the new Metal Gear? Try as I might, I could not reconcile East and West in my heart of hearts. But Ellen is different, Snake. You must do this for Ellen. You must do it for my daughter. How do I destroy Metal Gear? The armor is thinnest on the legs. Use grenades on the legs. It is the only way. This is so good. This is so good. The final delusion of a senile old man. There's no way to destroy this Metal Gear, Snake. Fox, where are you? Come and find out, Snake. Go through the front door. This is so good. Oh my god, this is so good. Metal Gear 2 pro tip: before you go do the Metal Gear fight, make sure you explore around a bit and stock up first. Oh, this Metal Gear stealth intel. This Metal Gear is Metal Gear D. And when we walk right in and see, you'll see exactly why. I don't know why, but I don't know the actual official reason why. Something about Ds. Metal Gear Solid 5 was also full of Ds. You had the D-Dog and a D-Horse. You were Diamond Dogs. This is supposed to be 95. Metal Gear takes place 5 and 84. I don't think there's actual relations between the D naming schemes going on in Metal Gear Solid 5 and Metal Gear D here. It might just be, I don't know, jokesters on the team thinking it's funny to have a robot with a giant codpiece be called Metal Gear D. Kojima just likes the D. Snake, I'm not the same as I used to be, and neither is Metal Gear. I'll show you what fear really is. Prepare to taste defeat. There is not enough space on the cartridge to have a background for this fight. Oh, and if I touch it, I take contact damage. Okay. It's always hilarious when you realize the dude's name is Solid Snake. Translation and localization let you get away with murder. Yeah. I'm playing as a guy named Erect Penis against a guy who's piloting a giant robot called Metal Thing Penis. and there's that line in Metal Gear Solid 3 where Granin is like, I believe we can develop the missing link between artillery and infantry. A kind of Metal Gear, if you will. And so I believe that the Japanese sources will tell you that the translation logic behind Metal Gear, and that being the name of the game and the name of the robot, is the idea that it's like an exoskeleton. It's like Metal Gear with the way they were using the linguistics in Japanese to give the name Mataru Gear Sarudo. Like they were thinking of an exoskeleton, something like an exoskeleton, a metal uniform. So in the Japanese version, when Granin is saying a kind of Metal Gear, if you will, a more appropriate translation might be something more like a metal suit or a metal uniform. But they got to do the title drop for the game title, right? Because to be frank, how many 9-year-old kids in the 80s and 90s would go to the video store and want to rent a game for the weekend called Metal Pants or Metal Shirt, Metal Uniform, Metal Suit maybe. Metal Gear, I guess, is a hell of a lot more unique and sellable. That's what they ended up landing on. I'm gonna tell the story again about Zanzibar Land in a few minutes, but anyways, maybe I should focus on this boss fight. I don't think it's gonna be particularly hard. 6. He shoots 6 bullets with the machine gun. 2 rockets. The damage they deal, I can take 3 rockets. To my naked body, if I have a shirt on, I can take like 8 rockets. I don't think I can throw 2 grenades immediately after each other. I can wait like 3 frames or so to throw a second grenade to increase the damage a lot. Ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba. It's ration time. Ooh, I can carry 4 of those? Here, we did it! We didn't start the fire. Destroy Metal Gear D. I got a Steam achievement for that. First Steam achievement of this whole game. Huh. If I'm not mistaken, that gear wordplay might have something to do with Kojima's creative use of figurana. Gia. Well, one thing you might have to keep in mind is that in Japanese it's going to sound more like Gia than gear. Furigana. Furigana works as a sort of alternate reading. Furigana. Mataru Gia Sorido. I don't know. Anyways, Snake's hair is on fire! You guys might remember, wait, actually, Michael Jackson hair on fire. What did I just do? I accidentally skipped some pretty good dialogue to look up that Michael Jackson's hair caught on fire in 1984. So we technically might be playing a portion of the game influenced by Michael Jackson's hair catching on fire in 1984 while filming a Pepsi commercial. Snake, your items are on fire. Throw away all your weapons and equipment. Quickly, use the A button. Okay. A. Oh, that's a different A button. I'm sorry, it didn't assume that we were using an Xbox controller. So, what did it think? A. Press the... Oh, it did! Never mind, I stand corrected yet again. Do I roll? Are my mice on fire? What do I do? What do I do? Do I drop down and crawl? I have no equipment. I have no key cards. If you need to know anything about mercenary... Okay. It's the mouse. Like hit X instead. Is that a glitch or something? Don't tell me there's some weird... Don't tell me there's some weird glitch going on at the very end of the game here. Oh no, game-breaking bug. For next time, let me just get rid of all these mice before beginning the fight. Oh, and I just realized I never even really got to use the mice through the whole game. So the mice might have been my culprit last time. I'm gonna get rid of these mice before fighting Metal Gear. Good thing Gray Fox stashed a whole bunch of grenades in these rooms next to the boss fight. Good thing Gray Fox keeps subtly giving you hints and help to get you through this stuff. Yeah, Ron Cinephile, I am very aware. I had plans in mind to utilize this poem for the Iliad. Those are totally bomb shoes from Zelda. Do they explode or just distract? Because if they explode, I forgive myself for forgetting about them. But if they distract guards, then I'm kicking myself for forgetting about them. Just conflicting information on what what the mice do. The cartridge is mine, Snake. Burn in hell. Ooh, what a line. You definitely wouldn't have heard that in the Nintendo version. Oh, I should save the rations for last, actually, shouldn't I? Huh. Yeah, I don't have my hair on fire anymore. There might have actually been some kind of rare, I'm guessing rare, if it didn't happen the second time, and I don't know. I don't know what kind of glitch that was. I think that was a glitch last run. Where am I? The perfect ring for our the perfect ring for our final battle. It's been a while, Snake. Here we are, back in the minefield. What say we go at it hand to hand? A chicken fight? The two greatest rivals in Foxhound. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Fox, I'll beat some sense back into you. Snake, it's time for you to learn why they call me Fox. Gray Fox, real name Frank Yeager, former member of Foxhound. He was the last man to hold the title of Fox in the Big Boss era, decorated 5 times. Yeah, I know all about how good he is. Better than anyone else, I fought with him. He's a cold-blooded hunter. He never lets his prey escape. Everybody in the unit respected him, looked up to him. That may be, Snake, but do you know about his past? It might help you out. Pay attention, guys. 10 years ago, we were in the mercenary trade, knew him as Hunter. That's what Jaeger means in German. Back then, he was involved with some woman from the Eastern Bloc. He tried to get her to come over the fence, but it all fell through. Apparently, the West wasn't interested in taking her, and that's when Frank started to hate the politicos. What was the woman's name? She was an Olympic skater. Name was Gustava Hefner. Real fine woman, movie star type. Gustava Hefner? Snake, if you manage to meet Fox, I'll tell everyone that Snake is the greatest mercenary in the world. Why would you want people to know that? Over and out. Yeah, he's totally also not predicting, like, the Taliban getting on Facebook to look up special forces guys. Like, the whole idea of celebrity mercenaries in Metal Gear Solid is something they never drop. The line that he just said is why there is an action figure of Vulcan Raven bobbling around in the water in Metal Gear Solid 2. So we're gonna have a fist fight, ow, with him in a so-called minefield. Now, when you were playing Metal Gear Solid 1 as a kid, you were probably picturing something pretty different than this is not a minefield. This is a mine room. Come on, man. So, optimal strategy might be to spend most of my time I was gonna say in the hole I made in the minefield, but then I ended up blowing up an even bigger hole. This is a parallel, this is analogous with the fist fight you have with Liquid at the top of Metal Gear. Your equipment's stripped, you have a limited melee move selection. It's not a great move selection at that. Aha! There we go. I guess I'm glad I got him on the first try. Snake! Looks like it's finally time for me to give up the title of Fox. Fox? Why? I'm not like you, Snake. My situation is more complicated. Big Boss might have just been another CO to you, but he saved my life twice. This was way before I joined the unit. So, Gray Fox is undergoing a repetitive, what are we gonna call it? Cycle. A cyclical repetition. Yes, if my analogy for the Metal Gear Solid series is the Trojan cycle from Greek mythology and how repetitive themes and stories keeps happening in, Gray Fox has like a father figure sort of relationship to Big Boss. Big Boss had a sort of mother relationship figure to the boss. So like Solid Snake killing Gray Fox and then Big Boss. Solid Snake doesn't necessarily know that there's all this family drama going on with Big Boss yet. That does not actually happen in this game. That happens in Metal Gear Solid 1. But, like, a lot of how much... I was thinking about this when going through Metal Gear Solid. The reason he's so pissy and grumpy and such an impatient asshole in Metal Gear Solid 1 compared to 2 and 3 and 4 and Metal Gear 2 is, I think, because of Kojima visualizing a shitload of trauma on this guy for killing, being forced to because of the mission, killing a former comrade, right? And this thematic gets reused later on and explored in a greater way to a greater instinct to harder punches in Metal Gear Solid 3. Motifs, right? Yes, motifs. I am appreciating this series more as an adult because of how well the retcons are, or how well the motifs are handled and how the retcons do a really good job of, really good... I don't know, man. And like a 40-year-long franchise that's just gone on forever and piled with loads of sequel baggages, I don't know if there is a way to do it right. The Trojan cycle itself does not necessarily do it right. There's retcons and contradictions between the Odyssey and the Iliad, and then all the other supplementary materials among the Metamorphosis and the Little Iliad and the Works and Days and such. But I really have come to appreciate how the stories of the previous games feel like weirdly responsibly developed by the next game. Up to the point where you get to MGS4. At that point, I'm like starting to clock out of a lot of things and would rather maybe not play MGS4 or other games in the series. But oh no, I might have to check a text message or something. Sorry, I just had a text message I had to read from the family group chat about mother's health. There was not fucking. It was not bad news. It was boomers griping and rolling their eyes and being really mean about it. But anyways, the first time I was a half-white living in Vietnam, it was after the war, and half-whites were being sent into forced labor camps. He saved me from that living hell just like he saved all the children here. The second time was in Mozambique. I was being tortured as a Renamo soldier, and he saved me again. They cut off my ears and my nose. And this is your idea of paying him back? No, you've got it wrong. I hate war, just like all the kids here, but I need it. War is all we know. We can't make it in the normal world. We need the battlefield to survive. Big Boss gives us a place to fight. Conflict is in our blood. We can't deny it. I was born on the battlefield, and I'll die on the battlefield. All I can do is fight, Snake. All I can do is fight. Making people happy, making a woman happy, is something I could never do. when I was going through my Metal Gear Solid playthrough, I mentioned that, like, after Meryl gets shot, Snake's pissiness ramps up to another level, and he also starts having his mind, like, preoccupied with thoughts of women and love interest and, like, the masculine ideal of protecting women, right? And this is happening right after encountering a zombified cyborg ghost of Gray Fox running around Shadow Moses, chopping people up like a ninja. Knowing this stuff intensifies the plot of Metal Gear Solid, rather than vice versa. The more Metal Gear Solid games you play, the more intense the stakes of the plots get retroactively backwards on the games that you played earlier instead of later. You mean... Guess I was always fated to die in action. Rest easy, Fox. I swear I won't turn out like you. Won't turn out like me. I'll have to remember that. Fight hard, Snake. Don't let your fans down. My fans? It was you, wasn't it? You were the voice on the radio? Call it payback for being so selfish. See you on the other side, Snake. You won't be alone, Frank. Gustava is waiting for you. Gustava. Thank you, Snake. Da 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 da. Over here, Snake. Whoa! That's what did you... Okay, hold up. You're telling me that when Gray Fox gets revived as a cyborg ninja and wants to relive his final moments fighting Snake over and over again, one of the lines he keeps saying is, "Over here, Snake!" And it's because he's repeating an echo of Big Boss coming from down the corner right after he loses the fight. Ron Cinephile, you have no idea. Ron Cinephile just said... For the people on YouTube watching, Twitch chat just had a message posted by Ron Cinephile that said, "This is like someone who can translate James Joyce into understandable English watching George play these games." How did you know I was reading through Ulysses right now? And really excited about all the parallels with Disco Elysium in particular, not so Metal Gear Solid. No way! No! Wait, do your best Kiefer impersonation. No, I want to do MGS4's Big Boss. So far... I mean, say what you will about MGS4, but when I close my eyes and think of what Big Boss like looks like throughout most of the series, it's the MGS4 version. For Big Boss. Let's see how close I can get this. God, this cutscene's so stupid.
Liquid and solidus.
Liquid and solidus.
Ocelot.
And Ocelot.
In order to fool the system.
Use nanomachines and psychotherapy. Okay, so he's kind of like Ocelot.
Onto his own.
But he talks slower.
He used hypnotic suggestion to turn himself into liquid's mental doppelganger.
A little higher pitched. Mental doppelganger. Okay, got it. Mental doppelganger. I'll remember that word. Doppelganger. Over here, Snake. Wait, it should be echoing, so it's more like over here, Snake. I love how they also make him look like one of the regular ordinary soldiers. Big Boss, you're alive? Snake, welcome to Zanzibar land. I knew you'd come back to me. I came to get rid of the nightmares I've been having for the past 3 years. The nightmares, they never go away, Snake. Once you've been on the battlefield, tasted the exhilaration, the tension, it all becomes part of you. Once you've awakened the warrior within, it never sleeps again. You crave ever bigger tensions, ever bigger thrills. And as a mercenary, I think you would have realized that by now. You care nothing for power or money or even sex. The only thing that satisfies your cravings is war. All I've done is give you a place for it. I've given you a reason to live. I never would have made you for such a hypocrite, Big Boss. You saw those children, didn't you? Everyone is a victim of war somewhere in the world, and they'll make fine soldiers in the next war. You start a war, you fan its flames, create victims, then save them, train them, and feed them back onto the battlefield. It's a perfectly logical system. That sounds exactly like something Ocelot would say in 2 and 4. In this world of ours, conflict never ends, and neither does our purpose. Our raison d'etre. So there's plenty of job opportunities. Is that what you're trying to say? On the battlefield, you and I are valuable commodities. But back home, we're nothing but dead weight. If we're lucky, we might get the attention of some 2-bit journalist from a cheap tabloid. You and I are doomed to remain here until we die like dogs on the battlefield. I've only got one fight left. To free myself from your grip. To rid myself of these nightmares. Big Boss, I will defeat you. It doesn't matter who wins here. Our fight will continue. The loser will be liberated from the battlefield, and the winner will remain. So that line is also a very obvious. I did mention this in earlier videos. Less deep reference there to the boss dying in Metal Gear Solid 3. The boss dying says a similar thing. Big Boss apparently has some memory of that he spits out again in a slightly different version here. And the survivor will live out the rest of his days as a soldier. Yo, let's actually look it up! MGS3 script. I'm very worried I might accidentally press a button that would... Okay, so Lori Allen as the boss in Metal Gear Solid 3 will say... Okay, so Big Boss just said it doesn't matter who wins or loses here. The winner will continue to be a soldier and be all fucked up from PTSD and wounds anyway. The boss, let's see, 64 to 90, so 30 years earlier, says, as the line that then defines this character for the next 30 years until he comes back to a close spot to die, says, there is nothing more for me to give you, all this by your own hand. One must die and one must live, no victory. This is so much longer and more verbose than the Metal Gear 2 version, right? Like, look at this. We just clicked through maybe 5-6 lines of him explaining it in Metal Gear 2. Here it's, one must die and one must live. No victory, no defeat. The survivor will carry on the fight. It is our destiny. The ones who survive will inherit the title of boss, and the one who inherits the title of boss will face an existence of endless battle. I'll give you 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, Migs will come... Right, okay. So, it doesn't matter who wins here. Let's see. MG2 MSX script. Doesn't matter who wins here. Our fight will continue. The loser will be liberated from the battlefield, and the survivor will live out the rest of their days as a soldier. It doesn't... Oh no, I paused the game right before Snake's next line that doesn't sound at all like what this character is going to be going through for the rest of the franchise. What's going on here? One must die. No victory, no defeat. The survivor will carry on the fight. The one who survives will inherit the title of boss. An existence of endless battle. The survivor will live out the rest of his days as a soldier. Yeah, no, okay. Okay, so Big Boss is a characterization of the post-Vietnam era American media that Kojima had been exposed to from his point of view in Japan. He creates this character who believes that soldiers who deal with particularly bad bullshit are going to be fucked up forever and never be able to integrate into civilian life. Snake, Solid Snake is supposed to come along with some kind of different philosophy that is supposed to, like, unknowingly be a different interpretation of this line from the boss about how soldiers who survive battles are gonna get fucked up anyway. I'm guessing if Big Boss's nihilism is supposed to be, like, boiling all of the boss's theatrical sadness over into something a little angrier than liberated. I guess it is interesting that he says that the loser is liberated. Like, he thinks that the boss is absolutely in a better place than... Oh, I got disconnected from Twitch or something? Is the stream still going? So is BB Rambo from the first movie? Kind of. Solid Snake is a close parallel to, well, I don't know if he's like a closer parallel to the character of the Deer Hunter, but the motifs in the story are similar. The Deer Hunter, in Kojima's list of Metal Gear Solid inspiration movies, the Deer Hunter always shows up really, really high, and that is about Vietnam veterans who are all fucked up and can't integrate with civilian life. And this is a very particular thing to the window of when these games were coming out, because for World War II in Korea, and then for Desert Storm in Iraq, the PTSD problems weren't as particularly bad as they were for the Vietnam generation. Like, that war is famous for having really, really mismanaged PTSD medical processes afterwards, and how it might have almost been handled better in previous wars where that term wasn't even around. Is the stream down? Test. Is my internet down? Am I getting an internet outage right now? Oh boy. All of the people who were watching that at the very, very climax, right before the final battle of the game, is the timing on that is just absolutely heartbreaking. But we're back. I'm glad that the internet outage didn't last any longer. What did I miss in chat? Hold your thoughts, George. Wait, did I say hold my thought right before the outage? Big Boss got him. The Patriots got him. He got compromised. He was too close to the truth. Yeah, alright. So, we just had, like, our viewership cut in half. 70 people were watching the climatic conclusion to Metal Gear 2, and now 35 people are watching the climatic conclusion to Metal Gear. This game that I've been insisting for decades may actually be the best game of the Metal Gear franchise is something that's still, it's like cursed. This game is cursed. No matter what happens, it's gonna evade an audience. Even when they re-release it in the Master Collection like this, even when they make the best version of this game like this coming out, we're still not getting the kind of attention it should deserve. Anyways, where were we? Let me recap to the story so far. So yeah, a cyclical theme, a cyclical motif, a cyclical thematic motif is beginning here, where the villains of Metal Gear games will give speeches trying to justify some sort of ethical rationalization of warmongering, therefore rationalizing their villainy. I've got a lot to talk about, but I should save it for after the fight. Let me recap the voice acting here. So there's plenty of job opportunities. Is that what you're trying to say? On the battlefield, you and I are valuable commodities, but back home, we're nothing but dead weight. If we're lucky, we might get the attention of some two-bit journalist from a cheap tabloid. You and I are doomed to remain here until we die like dogs on the battlefield. I've only one fight left, to free myself from your grip, to rid myself of these nightmares. Big Boss, I will defeat you. It doesn't matter who wins here. Our fight will continue. The loser will be liberated from the battlefield, and the survivor will live out the rest of his days as a soldier. It doesn't have to be that way. I'm not like you. I love life! How would we get David Hayter to read that line in a way that's actually somewhat convincing and, a little less, he did it on Cameo. How, in the 2020s, assuming that this would all get rewritten for localizing anyway, I think this might be a bit of the the lack of native English speakers on staff who were as enthusiastic about sticking around with the script as Blaustein was. By the way, Blaustein is not on the team. I think he comes on around 94-ish. Jeremy Blaustein's script writing, I do believe, helps Metal Gear Solid considerably, but what should be obvious from here on out is that Kojima really is, like, an actual major force in terms of coming up with the plots and dialogues of these things. Anyways.
I'm not like you, Big Boss. I love life. Very well, Snake. I'll release you from your suffering. As your former commander, I'll do you one last favor and put you out of your misery. I don't need any more favors from you. Really? And just how do you expect to beat me in your condition? With no weapon? Never give up. Fight until the end. Always believe you will succeed, even when the odds are against you. Those are your own words. And even I make mistakes from time to time. Snake, this will be our final battle. Let's end this once and for all.
So he's kind of a puzzle boss. Someone in chat was mentioning earlier about how the Zelda influence feels particularly high in this game, and this boss is... I mean, all of the previous bosses... Oh, crap. I accidentally melted into the floor from... They put this thing pretty close to the border of the screen. Gotta remember to stay towards the center of the lane instead of the wall. What was I gonna say? Yeah, this is a puzzle boss. This is like a Zelda boss. Oh, call Kaz? Kaz has something? Kaz and Kassler have something. Okay. Oh my gosh. He actually might have some kind of stealth system going on. It looked like he lost track of me for a second there when I was hiding behind the barrel. But there's a lot of interesting things going on with Big Boss's boss design. Yeah, the Big Boss's boss design. He kinda sorta looks like a regular, ordinary Zanzibar land soldier. His moveset, like, isn't particularly outrageous. He just kinda moves and shoots like a regular, ordinary Zanzibar land soldier. So the story theme, the motif of this guy being the soldier's man, who is supposed to be somewhat closer to the average rank and file than the top brass are, is also reflected by his visual and enemy design. You don't necessarily beat him by overcoming outrageous abilities that he has. He just chases you and shoots you like everyone else. You beat him by improvising together this weird spray can flamethrower, which is a outrageous way for this man to die, considering all the hits and scrapes he takes effortlessly in the prequel games. Oh, I need to remember to do the codec calls. People in chat are telling me to do codec calls. Yeah, Master Miller and Kassler apparently have codec calls. Snake, that guy is a monster. You can't beat him with just your fists. Use your head. Isn't there something you can use as a weapon? Oh, that wasn't much. Kassler's got something. A fight only made possible because of chocolate. There's Home Alone shit that suddenly starts happening. Big Boss. There's not a mercenary in the world who hasn't heard of them. He's like a god, a living legend. I already know all that. I need new information. Okay, but this is only a rumor, understand? 3 years ago, when Outer Heaven fell, Big Boss was seriously wounded. He almost died. He lost both hands, both feet, his right eye, and his right ear, but somehow he survived. Hey, check that out. Look at that. There's a, not necessarily a reference to the Phantom Pain, but at least an acknowledgement that, like, a few years before the events of this game, a lot of characters who are responsible for everything happening are gonna get all chopped up and feel phantom pains. Anyways, but somehow he survived. Oh no, we know from Metal Gear Solid 5 that really he didn't survive. We killed a body double. those retcons weren't part of this. For the purposes of enjoying MGS3 as much as possible, I really think MG2 as much as possible. I really think you should cut it off at MGS4. Nothing good retroactively comes from that point on. Tons of good things retroactively come from before that point. Then an Eastern Bloc despot took an interest in him. Probably couldn't resist getting his hands on a soldier of Big Boss's caliber. They decided to use Big Boss as a guinea pig in Madnar's Snatcher project. Yeah. So now even more convoluted references are happening to another franchise. They turned Big Boss into a Snatcher in Metal Gear 2. They turned Big Boss into a zombie who is reincarnated, a clone baby zombie in Metal Gear Solid 4. They turn him into a body double in Metal Gear Solid 5. A brainwashed body double who genuinely believes he's Big Boss in Metal Gear Solid 5. Ugh. But the point is... What is the point? I don't know. But something interesting going on in this game that becomes less interesting at 4 and onwards is how... This is... At least so far as this game's story goes, this is the real Big Boss. A lot of convoluted bullshit that happens in the other games is not happening there. A lot of stuff that I just walked us through for the past 30 hours is reference from the later games. The story of this game is really concise and coherent. It's clean. I am making it way more complicated than it actually is, because what's actually there is an emotionally affective piece of really well done traditional formulaic storytelling. But if it's true, Snake, you're way out of your league. None of your techniques is gonna so much as put a scratch on him. Snake, give it up. There's no way you can win this time over and out. So I guess Snake's own lines about not giving up are supposed to be a response? A counter-argument? Are they having a debate? Yeah, he loses track of you. That's insane. I'm snaking behind him right now. Card 4. No. No. Ah. I also want to point out that in 1990, we have a unprecedented, almost entirely unprecedented in the West, definitely not in Japan though, we have a mention of sex. Sex exists for the first and only time in Metal Gear games. We have a Metal Gear game here where sex exists. And not only is I think it important to mention that sex exists in a Metal Gear game, which I think was like owing to a slightly older audience demographic for this one compared to the others, but I not only does sex exist, but also is like a disinterest in sex. Like, they simultaneously acknowledge the thing that you're not allowed to mention exists in American video games for kids, while also acknowledging something that, like, only jaded old adults have probably ever really had to think about, which is, reasons not to care so much about sex. Flashbacks from war apparently are a pretty good one. I think Trig the Discovery. Oh no, there's actually a new fan theory in development here. Trig the Discovery just mentions, I think Big Boss is the only one in this universe who understands what sex is. Right, okay, so maybe that's what happens. Like, Big Boss becomes a nihilistic warmongerer because he can't enjoy sex anymore. I mean, him and Eva are implied to have sex, but Solid Snake, on the other hand, he has a hard life. So the first couple attempts were pretty sloppy. This attempt seems pretty clean. don't know exactly how hard of a boss Big Boss really is, but the third attempt is definitely the charm here. I have not taken any damage, and I have kept a surprising amount of distance from him. I'm, like, getting the cards sequentially instead of, like, trying to brute force it like it was earlier. Oh, Psycho Mantis is a noticeable sex hater, right. Is he, though? I'm starting to think that, like, Psycho Mantis constantly getting surprised that Snake doesn't want to take his clothes off and have sex in the middle of the Shadow Moses nuclear crisis incident. Like, because Psycho Mantis tries, and it doesn't work on Snake. It's like Psycho Mantis is completely unaware of how that probably wouldn't work on anyone in that situation. So I don't know if Psycho Mantis is quite a sex hater so much as he's just like, might be one of the most childishly out of touch moments where sex is mentioned in the series compared to this, where it seems like one of the more like mature, neutral, played it safe mentions of sex in the franchise. Like, they just acknowledge that it exists and then acknowledge that if you have war flashbacks, you can't enjoy sex anymore, and that's bad. So, like, they're not really being childish about... Like, they had the kind of conversation about it that you'd have in a doctor's office. It's not... This is a really different way of not only mentioning that sex exists in a video game, but, like, handling it even by modern standards. So the way we beat Big Boss is with hairspray. I don't know why he decides not to do anything about it. Oh, he lost track of me. Did you see him, like, glance left and right after going down the middle hallway? So yeah, this is the one Metal Gear game where sex exists, and the one and only Japanese game ever made where the sex existing is handled with, like, somewhat of a sense of clinical maturity or objectivity or neutrality. There's a clinical disinterest in sex that is mentioned to exist. And like the other bosses, he's pretty easy to kite around these crates here. If they remake MGS2, I think they should get rid of a lot of these crates. What's wrong with him? Why is he... Man, and it's... Another weird thing going on is that, like, it's kind of hard not to feel bad for him in this fight. Like, knowing how, On the radio, they will tell you that this guy is an over-accomplished legendary among rank-and-file soldiers across the whole world. The prequel games absolutely, positively have you agreeing. There's no way you can deny at least that much about the character. So, like, seeing him lose track of me so easily, and oh god, he's like an old man. He's debilitated. Snake! He's definitely not in his prime here. It's not over yet. That's something that everyone's gonna keep saying forever. It's not over yet. Not over yet. Snake. I love every time you kill a boss and the stinger comes on afterwards. There's like no, compared to the 3D games, there's no like cutscene, no awkward dialogue between that transaction, no fade to black to load it up from the CD. It just instantly snaps on some more relieving cool music after a boss fight. It happens a lot, and it seems so artistically, consciously directed compared to what we're used to. Alright, so when it comes to beating the game without any kills, this is probably going to be the next hardest chunk. Maybe actually the hardest chunk. The second hardest chunk might have been the stuff happening. Freeze! And, it's okay. It's me, Snake. Look at that! You're the hot babe following me around who Snake doesn't want to have sex with is disguising herself as an enemy soldier! Holly. Did I scare you? Ugh, that was a close one. What's going on here? What are you doing here? You said it yourself. Stay alive, and we'll meet again sometime. Also, like, look at how competent of a character she is. Holly absolutely does not get, beaten up get the shit beat out of her in slow motion to make them inside. There's a very brief segment where she's captured, come to think of it, so I guess it's not all, like, strong, independent woman who don't need no man character, but she still feels like a notch above the usual. So does Gustava, even though she does get the shit beat out of her in slow motion to make the men sad, but the stuff she says in the 10 minutes preceding that is, like, some of the most badass storytelling in the whole series. Ugh. That uniform was too tight in the chest. Ah, much better now. Here, I stole this gun from the enemy. You can have it. She even mentions the stuff about... Okay, so there's the conversation in Metal Gear Solid where Meryl talks about how I'm more comfortable with a gun like this than I am with a bra. Like, they mention boobs and, like, guns being some kind of exchange for the boob. Once again, the ancient storytelling mythological traditions of having, like, these Amazon-type characters who trade off their femininity, who cut off their breasts in order to be better at archery, who trade femininity in order to be better at masculinity, is still happening. Once you take a deep, like, college-level literature course, you see this stuff absolutely everywhere. Anyways, so it's all over now, right, Snake? No. We still have one more job to do. You can't be serious. I'm dead serious, Holly. Snake, no, you can't. You want me to call you a cab? Oh my god, that wasn't funny, Snake. This is Snake. Come in, Charlie.
This is Charlie. Go ahead, Snake.
I've got the cartridge. I'm ready to return to base. Making my way to the rendezvous point now.
Roger that. I'll meet you there. Any passengers?
Just one. Blonde, with a cute face.
Sounds like a dream. Over and out.
Woo! This is so good. This is so good. Holly, we've got to run as fast as we can to the rendezvous point. Music! Think you can keep up? Is that a proposition, Snake? I'll take that as a yes. Oh, and this is so good. If you know what happens ahead of time, it is so good. So, once again, not allowed to kill people. Bump, bump, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So from here on out, we're just running. It's playing the same music that it played when you were running in circles up the Twin Towers area. That ration is bait. They will trap you if you take that ration. So, there's some subconscious hinting about what you're already supposed to do and how you can't really fight back. Bye. See you later, assholes. Oh, they're not even trying. They want me to escape out of here without killing any of them, don't they? Okay, this one might be kind of tricky yet. Right here. What the hell is taking you so long? We're gonna be here till Christmas.
Charlie, I'm taking you from rendezvous point. Go down a little bit longer. Over and out. Hurry!
So you have the thrilling, loud gunfight for an escape sequence. Unfortunately, you have to either keep shooting guards in this segment. I think it's like a 60-second timer. At some point, they just decide to leave. That's how you do it non-lethally. There might be some luring involved, but it's something like you just dance for... There we go. One of them just decided to leave. After a while of Snake dancing around their bullets, they just straight up give up. And I would love to interview someone who worked on this to know how much playtesting was done for this, like, non-lethal stuff going on, the CQC move and not killing any guards. Because there's, like, gotta be a reason why they're scripted in here to leave. Maybe there might be some kind of luring involved, like if I... Okay, there goes two. Now, this guy's staying. Why do they go? Like I would love to interview someone on the team and ask that question. Why, in the end of Metal Gear 2, do the guards who chase after you eventually decide to leave if you just dodge their bullets for long enough? Look, there he goes! Maybe they run out of ammo? Is that the implication? Wait, are we... Oh, I have to press the button. Damn it, out of ammo. Snake! I had to press the shoot button to get them to trigger the endgame sequence. Okay. So Snake has to run out of ammo. Oh my god, it's so theatrical! They walk off stage, then come back to die! Yeah, there's something going on with that section. It's the chopper! We're saved! Thanks for the $20, Trick the Discovery. Charlie!
Charlie, you're late. Sorry, man. I don't want to disturb you two lovebirds.
Think we'll be back home in time for Christmas? We'll be back home in time for dinner, Snake. Let's go then. I'm looking forward to Christmas dinner. I'm sick of these rations.
Ah! Oh, this game is so good! And everyone in chat knows what's gonna happen next. Ah, what a conclusive feeling of finality. The story truly must be over now, right? Okay, we had Kojima at the top of the menu. Don't recognize. Mechanical design should be Is Shinkawa on staff yet? They got a Tomohiro Nishio doing it right now. It's also so strange not seeing like 18 different guys underneath every column. The team size here is so small. The level of technology they're working with is so much less, but the level of feeling it gives you, like whatever I am feeling inside, is there are just as many good little butterflies churling around as at the end of like a good all night long run of Metal Gear Solid 1 at the moment. This is so good. Gosh. Okay, so yeah, we don't have Shinkawa yet. I wonder if Toku Fukushima is on yet. Kojima's doing game design as well as story. That is also to be typical of the franchise. Metal Gear. Porting staff. Aspect? What kind of port are they talking about? Is this some 1990 stuff or some 2003, 2006 stuff? So... Okay, Fukushima came on with MGS1. Yeah, he's not around. There is a co-writer who is oftentimes credited with adding a lot of the quality that we all know and love, who is not on team yet. That is interesting. There is a lot of speculation in the fan community that like Fukushima served somewhat as an editor, but the reigning Kojima's more wilder ideas back. And with this game, we have a hell of a lot more brevity. It definitely seems like wild ideas and also very, very long dialogues were kicked back. So there's a few factors to consider. Like on one hand, he doesn't necessarily quite have the like auteur genius confidence of really, really overindulging in it with the same extent of indulgence you'd see in 2 and 4. On the other hand, there is the case that there may well have been more communication and editing and bouncing off of each other between the writers and the game designers, and how Kojima was very much had a foot in both teams, or both sides of game development. Good work, Snake. Ah, the nightmares have stopped. I'm a free man now. I see. That's too bad. By the way, about that cartridge, is it really the one Dr. Marv hid his plans in?
Why don't we open it and find out? No need for that. The cartridge I brought back is Dr. Marv's. No question about it. Just put it in the MSX. All right, here goes. Huh. Nothing's happening. What on earth? Of course. Snake was right. There's no doubt about it. This is Dr. Marv's cartridge. What are you talking about? I don't see anything. Here, look closer. Dr. Marv let his signature on it, right here. It says, Keo Marv. I see it now. It's written backwards. This is going to do the world a lot of good. Dr. Marv's last performance. He really loved games, didn't he? From the bottom of his heart. Dr. Marv was entangled in a pointless political game, and it cost him his life. But the game he left behind will save us all, right, Snake? Snake? Where'd he go? Colonel, Snake's gone. Snake? Where's he off to now? Snake! Snake! He promised to take me out to dinner. How low can you get?
Yeah, okay, so Snake's very much a weirdo. He's a socially weird weirdo who can't have sex. Holly disappears forever. We never hear from her ever again, and that's probably the closest he's ever gonna get. George Castler also disappears forever. We're never gonna hear from him either, but he also wasn't as big a deal, so I guess that's not as big. Madnar is a character in other Kojima games. He's in Snatcher. We just talked about that for sure. Johan Jakobsen is forgotten. Master Miller just gives you snack tips and pep talk. A very minor character turns into one of the most important characters. Yeah, Keo Marv, we can throw him away. He doesn't come... Wait, isn't he in MGS5, actually? I think I recall him being mentioned in Ground Zeroes or 5. Yeah, Keo Marv, I think, actually does show up later. Gray Fox ends up being a ghost of Metal Gear Solid 1, psychologically in Snake's head and literally in the Cyborg Ninja. Gustava Hefner, I think she gets repurposed into Olga's design. Big Boss, it's really great prequel games. And the Hind D gets a casting cult! The helicopter boss in every game is a Hind D. You might as well could have this scroll begin in the beginning of every Metal Gear game, and it would still, like, give the player a good idea of what they're in for. There's a robot arm side. Yeah, it's 4. Was it 4? Did I get it wrong? Is Dr. Marv in 4? Dr. Marv does actually show up again in text. Or not Dr. Marv. Or is it because Dr. Marv dies, right? Humans killed 0! Hell yeah! Why'd they give me a zebra? Is that bad to be a zebra? Took 6 hours, 5 times, 11 continues, 62 alerts. Hell yeah! I did a better job. God almighty. I think, unironically, like, I should be, mostly because of the bosses. The bosses on Metal Gear Solid 1 Extreme Mode were really, really not tough. But I unironically think I had more fun in less time and also, like, learned more about literature history and game history doing this one than you do with MGS1. Wait, Keo Marv was mentioned in Solid 2. Was he really? Ashvar. No, according to the way, post the receipts, I'm interested, because I don't recall what you're talking about. And if he's mentioned in some, like, non-canonical Snake Tales, Big Shell Evil offhanded, that doesn't count. Yeah, wow, I more fun in less time with as, if not more impactful of a story, where the themes are kept a little more grounded. They're the big invisible evil haunting these characters behind the scenes is not necessarily conspiracy theories so much as it is the well-known, well-documented phenomenon of PTSD, and also, like, the artistic ambition of that line at the end where Holly talks about how Keo Marv's game is going to change the world seems to be suggesting the, like, kind of the absolute insanity of over-ambition that would absolutely come from the same guy who goes on these rants in Death Stranding about how, like, the next evolution of man will be the Homo Ludens, who who will evolutionarily adapt their bodies to a world full of games. Woo! Yeah, this is quintessential Metal Gear. It's not called Metal Gear Solid. It might as well be Metal Gear Solid. It's never acknowledged in any of the promotional materials. They never talk about the 2D games. Like, a lot of young kids who are getting into Metal Gear are never going to encounter the 2D games, if not actively be dissuaded to them by the aversion to pixel art that I don't think older generations of gamers really have. I remember talking to a 21-year-old fan at GDC once about how, like, pixel art games to them looked like black and white movies and TVs looked to us. So even among the older generation of gamers, though, the millennials and the Gen Xers who would grow up having pixel art be a beloved and nostalgic tradition that's not going to turn them off from Metal Gear, the game didn't get released in the West. It got released in Japan, and a very, very, like, weird borderline fan release in Europe. In Japan, the MSX was not one of the top 3 consoles. There's that line about how it's the most popular computing platform in the world. That's a line that only makes sense if you tack on some asterisks at the end of the statement, like most popular in the world because Asian markets are very overpopulated with lots of populated people, and most popular computer platform. They weren't the MSX does not necessarily refer to like a box you go to the store and bring home and hook up. It was a standardized it was like a set of standards that various competitors in the computer hardware industry were all agreeing on. You wouldn't just go to the store and buy an MSX. You would buy like a Sony or a Samsung. I don't know if Sony made them. You would buy a Samsung branded MSX. There was some kind of partnership going on with Microsoft. You might have bought a Microsoft branded MSX. There would be slight differences. It was a computer, not a console. So that line about the MSX being the most popular computer in the world, I really don't think is an adequate explainer for how this game flew underneath so many fans' radar. It's got a lot of adult content in it. That was also in the West in 1990. Video games were still very much toys for kids. And when the conversation over that changed, it started with stuff like Mortal Kombat and Doom. Bloody red, orange, brown games full of absolutely gratuitous violence where you kill everyone was the conversation starter in the States. I am very interested to see what that same conversation in the early 90s when the Sero ratings board was established in Japan, where like the violent games kind of sort of lean Metal Gear-ish, where they're like responsible about it. Like Metal Gear has a lot of adult content that wouldn't have been very palatable for Western tastes at the time, but at the same time it would have stood during those discussions as a pretty decent, morally responsible counter-argument to the Doom and Mortal Kombat stuff. There is no blood and guts in Metal Gear. The violence is treated as a tragedy rather than a fun pastime. The fun pastime is really sneaking around guards and avoiding them. It's like getting as close to a fight as possible. The violent power fantasy is getting as close to a fight as possible and then slipping out at the last moment. And they also give you these non-lethal options. I do visualize some kind of alternate timeline in my head where 1990 in some alternate universe out there, maybe the Gore universe where Gore wins the election, 9/11 doesn't happen, Metal Gear comes out on the Sega Genesis, and they promote it as more like, a mature, cooler platform for teenagers over Nintendo ones. Oh no, it's 1992. There's congressional hearings over violence in video games. Representatives from the industry have to pick examples about like how there is artistic merit to these things, and not all of it is gonna fuck up every single kid who encounters it. And like, if that actually happened, I do wonder how different of a world we'd live in. If Metal Gear 2 released in the West, Sero wasn't until 2002. Oh, really? You made a video on that? Yes, I did, but that was like 5 years ago. PCs had that other rating system, Paraverse, so that would have been the one. Because the thing is, like, Japan had a huge market of porn games, which was absolutely unthinkable in the West. Like, literally, people didn't know. They didn't have internet everywhere. Most people in the West would absolutely be shocked at the stereotype of Japanese media being as horny as it is that we're all super duper used to now. But the conversation that they were having over there would have had these like really gratuitous, violent, really gratuitous, explicit porn games butting heads with with stuff like Metal Gear or Snatcher or Police Knots that might have been for older audiences, but had a sense of social responsibility about it. Whereas in the West, you had gratuitous violence games, butting heads against I want to say SimCity was like supposed to be framed as like the counter argument to where the moral and artistic value of 90s video games was supposed to be argued for during that time when this came out. In the West, like the bastion for video games being good for the kids was seen with stuff like SimCity. So sense of social responsibility where you grew up, everyone. Yeah, okay, so forget I said anything about there being a sense of social responsibility for Police Knots. All right, yeah, fair. Metal Gear, though, sure, absolutely. Metal Gear is like a conscious acknowledgement and response to the gratuity of old pixel art retro video games. And in that respect, it feels like a modern game. It feels modern. I've played through it. I think this is the third full playthrough. I've dabbled in it a lot of the times over the years. I watched through it once. I watched through it once recently and then played through it twice in earlier years, so I think that makes this run number 3. Every time, I am constantly shocked at how this feels like a pixel art retro revival indie game from the pixel art renaissance from like 2008 to 2012 or so. It feels like it's from that era. It does not feel like it's from 1990. If you put this thing side by side, you're gonna think I'm right about everything. Yeah, that's damn good stuff. I don't want to stop the stream too early though. It's only 10:30. So I think there's a boss rush mode that I can dabble around with next. But I also kind of just want to keep the music going for a little while and let it hang on this. Because the fact that like this is the first thing you see when you start up Metal Gear 2 is very, very important with regards to foreshadowing all the ridiculously over-ambitious artistic ambitions that get textually referenced at the end. Another thing that I would be interested in doing a deeper dive into is how Japanese game design trends transition from arcade days to home console days. Because I feel like there has to be some kind of real interesting existing landscape of like MSX games and PC-98 games that were already trying to go for a more passive cinematic feel where you can just like sit back at home and crack open a beer and relax and let this stuff play out for 7 minutes, rather than the arcade games and the ports of arcade games which will want you on and off the machine in like intervals of 1 or 2 minutes. The PC-98 and MSX are really neglected in a lot of gamers' narratives for how retro game history has gone, and I think that is something I would really like to fill that would make this make a lot more sense. Because, like, growing up in the late 80s and 90s to play games in the United States, and then in 2008, what was it? No, it was like more like 2013, I think, when I played through Metal Gear for the first time. Metal Gear 2. This had me feeling like there was stuff going on in 1990 that would have blown whatever was happening in the West way out of the water in regards to artistic and cultural ambitions. And in a way, that's the way the Metal Gear franchise goes is really, really symbolic of a lot of problems facing the Japanese economy in the 21st century compared to the 20th. I believe that the Japanese kids these days, the millennials and zoomers have a fun saying where they will bemoan the current economic problems of their world by saying something that translates into English, kind of like, you know, Japan has always been stuck in the year 2000 ever since the 1980s. Get it? There were way ahead of their time for decades upon decades, and this is like an example of that stereotype. Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake feels decades upon decades ahead of what we were getting in the West in 1990, whereas Metal Gear V in 2015 feels like it was making a lot of sad concessions about how much it was lagging behind the times. Metal Gear is way ahead of the times at this part of the series. Eventually, at some point, it decides to westernize the controls and give up the whole, like, more Japanese-biased style of fixed camera angle. There are tons of Western games that do it as well, but I'm sure you guys know that when I'm closing my eyes and imagining fixed camera angles, I'm specifically going to be drumming up images of Resident Evil and Final Fantasy. Metal Gear has a camera system that is fixed, that has a similar sort of understanding of how players are going to be looking at images on their screen. It eventually gives up on that and westernizes the controls. Metal Gear begins with some pretty simple, emotionally effective stories that, wrap themselves up at the beginning and end of every game. The franchise would later go on to have this overwhelming amount of sequel baggage where so much energy is focused towards stuff that happened in the past that this sort of 40-year-long blast off and then slow down narrative takes effect, where Japanese video games were just blasting off non-stop, breaking new ground every year until the mid-2000s start to hit. Metal Gear Solid peaks in 2004. It has a really, really good re-release in 2006 that does make some of those consolidations to Western sensibilities. And then from that point onwards, it's like it collapses under its own weight in this, the very, very familiar problems in Japanese corporate culture of conservatism blocking a lot of that energy and innovation from earlier start rearing their heads. And I think that's another great reason to play Metal Gear 2 specifically, in the 2020s, is because you're going to be getting a little history lesson over that, like a real hands-on experience with the rise and fall of Japanese pop culture looking way ahead of the times compared to the rest of the world. While the music is playing, I'm just gonna talk with chat for a while. I don't want to end the stream. I want to do something. I still feel like I got another hour or so left in me, but I still feel like there's also a conversation topic that I don't have on my outline that I wanted to... Oh yeah, at some point I wanted to talk about James Joyce, but maybe I should save that for later, after a bit more story discussion. Okay, another thing that I think we all can learn from Metal Gear 2 is some clarifications and better points about how gamers talk about Hideo Kojima and how much of an influence he has over the projects, whether or not he's a overzealous drama queen who thinks he's a creative genius, whether or not it was really others in the staff all along, like Fukushima or Shinkawa, who are the real creative geniuses. Metal Gear 2, I think, answers a lot of those questions. One of which is that yes, Kojima does deserve a shitload of credits. When you also go back then, Kojima was not necessarily the story guy, or the ideas guy. Kojima's not an ideas guy or a story guy. He was doing programming tasks on Metal Gear 2. He had very direct roles in the programming and roles of Snatcher and Police Knots. He wrote scripting tools. He's like not entirely a 100% right-brained creative type who does not know how to code at all. The game designs are also credited to Hideo Kojima. And this is a point that I have made in a lot of videos that I will die on the hill on, and that is that, like, as much as the quality of the stories will go up and down over the decades, there's not really an objectively, officially bad game that Kojima has worked on. So another thing that I think is apparent here is that while Kojima may have had a lot of talent with regards to game design and also storytelling and storyboarding, that does not necessarily and story scenario. I think scenario actually is the word they use in Kojima's team. He's the story scenario guy. So scenario and storytelling, wrapping up a storyboarding, I like that word, is kind of a different quality than writing quality. He is very, very good at drafting up a plot, at putting together the conspiracy boards of all the dots connecting to one another, and then writing like an outline of what sort of events should happen when, making sure that there's a sense of escalating escalating tension throughout the whole story, and also gags and gimmicks. The same things oftentimes don't happen twice as the stories go on. And this is playing it super close to the book of a lot of traditional, worldwide, but definitely biased towards the West, storytelling techniques going back towards ancient times. And however, that is a completely different skill set almost than writing the dialogue that comes out of every character's mouths. At which point you start dealing with more weight in the translation baggage than the straight up typical storyboarding stuff. Another thing I think we all need to learn and be aware of about Hideo Kojima regarding a recent playthrough of Metal Gear 2 in modern times is that as good as his storytelling talent can be... rewind a bit, back to Death Stranding. Yeah, let's rewind a bit a few years ago to Death Stranding coming out, where I feel... I don't know Death Stranding as well, so I'm not going to be able to explain it as well, but I do feel like I felt a lot of stuff in that story. I felt emotions all over the place. I remember, like, laughing at the humor and the pee. I remember crying at the death and the babies and the sad moms. And I also remember, like, having all sorts of interesting thought experiments going on with regards to the afterlife and the time travel. However, I remember shedding a few manly tears at the ending sequence. It was really powerful, effective stuff. However, the words actually coming out of every character's mouth in that game is not doing a good job of selling the emotions you're supposed to be feeling at all. Things like music and shot composition and like the emotional hits of big plot twists will do a better job of telling the story in Kojima games than the writing coming out of everyone's mouths will. So yeah, that's the difference between Hideo Kojima as a storyboarder versus as a storyteller versus a writer, as a storyteller versus a storyboarder. Another thing I want to point out is like a creeping sense of unoriginality going on. That he is really, really good at retelling a lot of episodes, not necessarily stories, that retelling many episodes from existing media. And so the premise of Metal Gear 2 is very clearly inspired by some light military adventure airport reading I shared with us earlier. A schlocky, manly military adventure novel from the late 80s that they sold on airport newsstands. What was the name of that book? I'm looking it up. Metal Gear 2 has an intro. Metal Gear 2 Czech Skater book. Crossfire by J.C. Pollock. There we go. Alright. A CIA-controlled Soviet scientist unexpectedly flees to Czechoslovakia, where he tells a beautiful skating coach vital information before he dies, leaving ex-Marine Adrian Delany to smuggle her out of her homeland. That's the story of the game, right? In Metal Gear 2, a CIA control... A Czech scientist is unexpectedly kidnapped to Zanzibar land, where he tells a beautiful skating coach vital information before he dies, leaving legendary mercenary Solid Snake to smuggle them out of Zanzibar land. The premise is extremely similar. There's no way I'm going to call it plagiarism. Gamers use words like plagiarism and ripoff way too liberally, I feel, because there's no way he's gonna the Metal Gear Solid theme that goes dun 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 is way closer to being guilty for plagiarism than the Metal Gear 2 story synopsis lining up a lot with this book by J.C. Pollock. In any case, creeping unoriginality. Kojima has talents that I don't necessarily think are talents that can be described as being able to come up with original stories out of nowhere for a brand new medium that people are going to experience for the first time. A lot of those moments are more well known from books. I also, in these streams, mentioned some anime sequences that were influential as well, but the lion's share is absolutely being shared by movies, and he's famous for this. He was never really shy about it. There's plenty of interviews where he talked about how he wanted to be a movie director before he wanted to be a game developer, and how the games themselves even get into it. But when you watch the movies that inspire Metal Gear that he puts on his lists, it does kind of make you feel a little iffy about just how close to the source material they will cut it sometimes. The Escape from New York stuff in particular, maybe I can play us a clip here. Briefing. I think this is the one where it comes through the clearest. Yeah, check this out. I don't know how any of you guys watching this would not have seen this movie by now, but it does make me feel like Snake's character design was cutting it so close to this source material that accusations of unoriginality may not necessarily be 100% unwarranted throughout the development of the series as it goes on, and what sorts of criticisms and observations we can make of that.
I'm not a fool, Pliskin.
Call me Snake.
S.D. Pliskin. American, Lieutenant, Special Forces Unit Black Light. 2 Purple Hearts, Leningrad and Siberia. Youngest man to be decorated by the President. You robbed the Federal Reserve Depository. Life sentence, New York Maximum Security Penitentiary. I'm ready to kick your ass out of the world, war hero.
If you watch the briefings of Metal Gear Solid 1, they are wearing this inspiration on their sleeves so hard. All right, let's not get in trouble with the copyright bot. Yeah, I feel like Metal Gear 2 is a shining example of all of these qualities of the rest of the series compressed into a more digestible package. You got very clear influences from movies that are worn on its sleeve. You got very very clear influences from books being kind of spun off into a new story that's only kind of slightly different in premise, but is going to be aiming at much different emotional punches. You have a woman who gets shot up on top of a bridge. Yeah, come to think of it, Metal Gear 2 has bridges. Metal Gear Solid 1 has the long sniper corridor, like showing the viewer a long suspenseful corridor is something that Kojima seems to love. He loves filling the screen up with a giant narrow path that the characters have to walk through, with only room for one of them to get through at the end. There's a bridge that's very very scary, that a lot of drama happens to, that a woman gets the shit out of her in slow motion to make the men sad. There's a woman who you follow into the bathroom. There's a scientist who's kidnapped and being forced to, well, not forced to work on Metal Gear this time, but kidnapping the secrets of Oilix. There's a ninja boss battle who reveals himself to be a former ally turned enemy. Gray Fox at the end of the game shows up as a friend who is like slightly helping you out along the way. I'm getting more specific into the specifics. I want to zoom out a bit and talk about how the grander overarching cyclical repetition, the repetitive cyclical motifs soldiers getting screwed over by their government, and then villains coming up with impractical ways to solve that problem is being dealt with. The more grander, large open motifs of how Cold War tension continues to exist after after renouncing nukes forever and the Cold War supposedly ending. The Metal Gear franchise is still very much going to be about exploring Cold War tensions and nostalgically reminiscing on them in a lot of games. All of that is here. It's all here. It's all there. This is as pure and clean a hit of Metal Gear as any of us are really gonna be able to get. Because already by the time of Metal Gear Solid coming around, you have elaborate retcons and backstories and plot twists happening. In Metal Gear 1, things are maybe a little too bare bones to satisfy you the way they are here. This is like Metal Gear Solid 3. It's grounded. There is less cyborg ghost ninjas going on here than in the other games. It does kind of feel like the closest the series gets to Metal Gear Solid 3 until Metal Gear Solid 3 does happen for real. Then it even has all that focus on like the animal expert who talks to you about food all the time. A preoccupation with food and animals is going on. What reference is George setting up? Is it time to finally wrap this up? Ghost Babel is grounded. That's going to be a good one. Okay. No, I still got to talk about James Joyce for a bit. It's borderline unrelated to Metal Gear, but before I get onto that topic, I'm going to do some reviews of chat, and I see Ron Cinephile talking about how John Carpenter is one of the coolest mofos who ever existed, and either you guys are telling the story right now, or I'm just about to repeat something completely redundant, which is the story everyone knows about how John Carpenter got, like, asked by his lawyers if they should go after Kojima for plagiarism, and John Carpenter was like, nah, man, that game was great. He also... John Carpenter's music, I think, is also something that's very clearly inspired by the intro sequence here. The movie and the music are both showing up in true force. Yeah, Ashvark, exactly. It's the execution, not the concept. A lot of Kojima's concepts will cut extremely close similarities to pre-existing materials and then execute something pretty different out of it. Like, Escape from New York is certainly not about beleaguered generations of war veterans failing dramatically to cope with their trauma. Yeah, so we have Big Boss failing to cope with the trauma of killing the boss in MGS3. He becomes disillusioned and nihilistic, believing that soldiers cannot recover from PTSD and will be screwed up and unable to assimilate to civilians forever, and that the Cold War is never going to end forever, and that that war orphans, the thing about the children, that children who also have PTSD are going to be fucked up forever, thus providing the might as well make some money off of it and groom generations of child soldiers into adult mercenaries. The characters of MGS are the children of the after effects of the events of MG2. Sniper Wolf talks about how Big Boss rescued her as a child. There are children in MG2 who talk about Big Boss rescuing them. Sniper Wolf in Metal Gear Solid talks about how Big Boss is a great man. That's what the soldiers and bosses in Metal Gear 2 are going to tell you as well. Big Boss's, like, grievances are grounded in a somewhat realistic concern that was a pressing matter for the times, and very much a morbid, grisly matter of nihilism with regards to all the fucked up Vietnam veterans in the 90s who just wouldn't shut up about it. Even Principal Skinner from The Simpsons was one of those. also, there's the geographic cyclical motifs going on, with the location of Zanzibar land being former Soviet territory. So Big Boss adopts this psychological mindset of nihilistic repetitions, where he comes to believe that the Cold War is going to continue on forever, and that his true purpose as existence is to be a warmonger and help out other people who are feeling similar grievances as disillusioned veterans from former countries that they used to be pretty devout patriots of. And the idea of Zanzibar land being former Soviet territory, trying to spin off into something really weird and, like, gratuitous, intense in its evil, but tiny in its territorial claim, is something that I think fits those parallels as well. I mentioned earlier about how, like, younger fans who might have gotten into Metal Gear games with the sequels might not necessarily see Big Boss as the kind of absolute unforgivable villain that I'm going to see him as, and with regards to playing some of this earlier stuff first. Yeah, the child soldier stuff, like, that is regarded throughout the rest of the whole entire series as Big Boss's irredeemable sin. A lot of his grievances against the West, and particularly the military-industrial complex, are something that is treated sympathetically very, very frequently. The child soldier thing, on the other hand, is not. It is demonized. In Metal Gear Solid 5, it's some of the, like, most traumatic, rough stuff that game goes through is, or at least that's, like, the implication. As I recall, the gameplay was pretty funny. Yeah, in Metal Gear Solid 5, Big Boss is a disillusioned warmonger who's raising generations of child soldiers into adult mercenaries, and yet the play-by-play, blow-by-blow description of that process is going to look way less cool than whatever you were visualizing in your head after playing these earlier games. I think I've hit the bottom of the outline here. For such a political series, it has very few politics beyond anti-proliferation. I think they're kind of confused politics, too. Some of the conversations in MGS1 about, free will versus determinate. When Snake says that, like, karma and luck don't exist, and your whole entire experience is the result of your competency as a conscious agent, I feel like they're kind of confused, but I remember having somewhat of a thought when going through that, referenced against recent playthroughs of other Metal Gear games, that really, like, Snake might be intended to be philosophically confused for a portion of Metal Gear Solid's story. So for the middle of Metal Gear Solid story, for much of it, he's getting haunted by the memories of a lot of what's happening here. Gray Fox is a crazy cyborg ghost ninja who is coming back to life, and absolutely one of the most, in a way that Snake finds morbid and disgusting and nightmarish. And he is confronting these memories shortly before the scene where Meryl gets sniped, and one of his memories of his last memories of Gray Fox is going to be this conversation about how much anxiety he was feeling over being unable to protect women. And so for a good chunk of Metal Gear Solid 1, Snake does kind of turn into the gruff, impatient, hyper-masculine, virile anti-hero type character that so many layers of the plot and themes and repetitive multi-installment cyclical repetitive motifs do a surprisingly thoughtful job of criticizing and deconstructing. And so Metal Gear Solid's politics, being kind of confused about the stuff it's not interested in, but also really sharp and smart about the stuff it is interested in, is starting to feel a little more redeemable now to me after these recent playthroughs too. Oh wow, Trig the Discovery just mentioned something. Holy cow. I know that traumatized soldiers are normally associated with Vietnam, but I must imagine, hey, Chuck Math, thanks. I know that traumatized soldiers are normally associated with Vietnam, but I imagine Japanese World War II soldiers must be on some next level shit. Holy cow. Yeah, no wonder. That's something I hadn't even considered. Oh, I gotta check my Orientalism privilege there. Yeah, so huh. And I remember, like, Kojima had some family connections, not with the military itself during World War II, but with, like, some outsider ancillary satellite organizations. Like, his father was like civilian, but still involved with some kind of, like, militant. I think he was big. It sounds really bad to say it that way, but I think his father was employed in a big way after the atomic bombing by some branches of the Japanese military apparatus to do civilian cleanup stuff, which is, like, fine and not necessarily evil, right? But absolutely hinting at this suggestion that there might be this ocean of atomic bomb trauma and World War II trauma and warmongering fascism trauma with the Japanese audience that we are not as well in tuned as far of the Western audience. Thanks for your Pentiment video in the Iliad. Much appreciated. Hope you're going to continue in that direction. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the inspiration right now. I need a lot of money. And then I can make a lot of money by doing that work. And I can do that work by feeling that motivation. And I'm feeling that motivation by making use of my years of existing research and my talents to bring quality literary analysis to video games. Oh boy. On my way out of here, I am going to mention and post some links before I forget. I want to link you guys to the literature essays that I've been listening to be able to read fiction this way. I want to show you guys a professor called Northrop Frye, who was a Canadian media studies guy whose big heyday was really in the 1960s, and he has some very amazing lectures about literature class that were recorded and saved in the 60s up to the 80s that I will link on my way out of here. If you guys want to be able to really start developing an eye on zooming in on the themes of fiction and how they correlate with nonfiction and how you can use that in your everyday life to become a better person and make a better world, you should listen to some Northrop Frye lectures. The two that I wanted to link to were called The Educated Imagination and also English Literature and the Old Testament. I'm going to link to The Educated Imagination first, because this one probably requires a little less background information to know about. I just posted the link in the Twitch chat, and I'll put it in the description of the YouTube channel as well for people who are watching this video after the fact. But basically, I have spent the past 5 years listening to stuff like this, but the past 6 months I've been spending listening to a lecturer named Northrop Frye, who talks a lot about literary analysis of ancient history and religious history and mythological history up to the moments of continuation that glue it to the modern era, with that history transitioning into pop culture and political ideology and nationalism. And he makes some very, very good points about how all of the stories that a culture consumes, like, he's really, really hardcore on metaphorical readings of things. In fact, he might be the guy who popularized looking at biblical stories in particular as basically being metaphors and not literature for a lot of the 20th century, and popularizing it's something that's been around over and over again over the centuries for millennia, but at least popularizing it for our times right now. Basically, the idea is that an author writing a story is going to be psychologically self-reflecting on things they have dealt with in their own life in metaphorical ways that were childhood influences on their own psychological upbringing in their earlier years. Maybe I should link to the philosophy of psychology as well to see how once you start laying eyes on things with your eyeballs, all sorts of elaborate metaphors start processing through your heads, and if it's your job or your interest as a storyteller, that process comes out through the stories. In the earliest of literature traditions, before modern times, which is important for analyzing modern literature because it's following in the same transition. Basically, they're following in a transition where the audiences would have been interpreting what they see in reality in the natural world as metaphors for some political and psychological machinations of the human world. The seasons repeating is a convenient metaphor for people dying and rebirthing over and over again, and the generations cyclically continuing on. The importance of the cycle was extremely important, something that almost all the major ancient world religious cultures of import are going to be very, very preoccupied and interested with, is the cyclical nature of the outside world. And so a lot of storytelling of these mythological, magically realist war stories, typically aimed at teenage boys of a upper class demographic, are about seeing the abstraction and magic inside people's heads as metaphors for the natural world and the outside reality that they are seeing with their eyes. I posted the link to Twitch chat. You guys should absolutely watch those lectures if you want to develop a greater appreciation for the pop culture schlock garbage that your brain is consuming all the time. And also if you want to be able to oh boy, appreciate really dense, difficult, hard works of literature, okay? I am reading through Ulysses by James Joyce. I'm listening to an audiobook, the one that's available on Audible. And another thing that me and Northrop Frye are absolutely going to die on the hill on is that ancient storytelling traditions are meant to be consumed by reading them out loud. James Joyce's Ulysses is an homage to Homer's Odyssey. Ulysses is the Latinized name of Odysseus, and the chapters are given these thickly veiled... I need to keep my fluids up. I need to drink. Ashvark was noticing that I hadn't taken a drink in a while. Ulysses is an homage to Homer, where there is a overwhelming density of classical references to Greek and Roman mythology that it really helps you be able to read if you are able to appreciate not only those references, but also the style. It's written with a very, very intensely poetic style that I would never have had as easy a time doing if I was reading it silently. I tried to give this book a go 10 years ago and couldn't do it. But now, after going through this phase of ancient mythology and then epic poetry, it makes so much sense to turn this audiobook on of Ulysses and suddenly start spotting and hearing and appreciating things that were completely sailing over my head before. One big reason being that it really is meant to be read out loud. If you want to dive into some of the ancient storytelling traditions that Metal Gear owes a great debt to, both Eastern and Western, chances are the further back you go in those transitions, the more likely it's going to be that the story was meant to be read out loud. I wanted to share some quotes with the audience that might better illustrate this point. There's this description of a nasty old man telling an anti-Semitic joke, and then he just laughs his face off at it. And when he's laughing, the narrator says, "A cough ball of laughter leapt from his throat, dragging after it a rattling chain of phlegm. He turned back quickly, coughing, laughing, his lifted arms waving into the air." In these two sentences, you have like 5 usages of a GH sound, a G, that is borderline silent in English. Very, very hard to utilize with tact and skill, and oh my god, like it's like this for the whole book. It's insane how incredible of a skill of the mastery it has over the English language. And my point about bringing up Ulysses and Metal Gear and video games and gamers all to the same time is something that you might hear Northrop Frye say if you reach to the end of the lectures, and that is that a mastery of the language that you grow up learning is essential to appreciating the storytelling traditions that contributed to the development of that language that the consciousness of your head, of your soul, of the voice inside your body is inextricably tied to with regards to the language. Therefore, developing an appreciation for the language of the voice in your head through means of a beautiful poet. There's another use of the word meat stain that I thought was brilliant. Of being able to really dive into the nature of the words flowing in and out of your heads is as absolutely essential for understanding reality, because the stories that you are reading with the language is going to be like, it's like a metaphorical version of thought reflected back onto you. And so I was not able to read Ulysses 10 years ago. I am able to read, oh yeah, and it's you gotta read it out loud in a thick Irish brogue to get the full effect. Absolutely true. And this is why 10 years ago I tried to read Ulysses by cracking it open and clearing out time in the schedule and reading it in my head with my eyeballs by myself. It did not work. When listening to it with the audiobook, the same thing that happened to me with Homer worked, and I was like sublime. The first day I felt the kind of rush of dopamine and serotonin I haven't felt in a while. This voice is going to sound fundamentally different from the voice in your head, and from juxtaposing those two, you are supposed to learn something about the conflicts between the juxtaposition of individual mankinds against the unity of mankind, or how the voice in your head is just the voice of one insignificant schmuck in the universe. But suddenly, when voices written down on a page of paper getting a lot of institutional authority from other people, those voices can become the voice of God and turn into scripture. This is really like deep reading, metaphorical level, really midway down the iceberg level reading of this stuff, but just listening to a thick Irish brogue from a professional voice actor, a modern bard, continuing on this ancient literature tradition stuff is going to get you there so much faster than if you try to read it yourself. Let's listen to a sample.
He can't make you out. Oh, my name for you is the best. Kinch the knife blade. He shaved warily over his chin. He was raving all night about a Black Panther, Stephen said. Where is his gun case? A woeful lunatic, Mulligan said. Were you in a funk? I was, Stephen said, with energy and growing fear. Out here in the dark with a man I don't know, raving and moaning to himself about shooting a Black Panther. You save men from drowning. I'm not a hero, however. If he stays on here, I'm off. Buck Mulligan.
Right, okay. Not entirely sure what just happened, what the scene was being described, but like the sound and the rhythm of the words speak to this kind of omniscience almost, omniscience over reality that is I think showcasing that James Joyce very much knew what he was doing with the power of literature and storytelling and interfacing it with a very boring, mundane street scene of early 20th century Irish life where the energy of the literary style is contrasting harshly against the mundanity of what's actually being described. And what ultimately, or at least the lesson that like I'm getting from it so far, I think I'm like 6 chapters in, is that literature itself, language itself rather, is like a metaphor for whatever little scraps of magic there is behind all of reality. So, why I bring that up with regards to video games and gamers and Metal Gear Solid is that reading Ulysses by James Joyce a few months after playing Disco Elysium by Zaa/UM has me really ashamed at how few gamers talk about how clear the inspiration material is. Disco Elysium is Ulysses the game. Hang on a second. Let me just... Disco Elysium trailer. Ulysses evokes a lot of imagery of a foggy North Sea type setting. It's Ireland. There's a lot of rocks, a lot of grass, green grass and foggy skies. The style of the narration is so incredibly close to one another that is glaring, and so is this like philosophy of making a media about thinking. In Disco Elysium, your character is constantly thinking to themselves, and you have all these boxes popping up of their internal dialogue arguing with itself, and then at some point the player shows up and picks one of those options to represent the character making up their mind over a tough decision-making process. An extremely few amount of games gamify thinking like that. And Ulysses is a book that bookifies thinking like that. The pages are filled with everyone's internal thought processes. And it kind of sort of gives you the illusion of there being more characters in a scene than there really are, when it's really just more layers of the character's psyche talking to themselves. And I will play a bit of Disco Elysium narration alongside that. Here we go. Let's do some volition. Alongside that Ulysses audiobook.
The road to healing is going to be a long one. Stay the course. You will make it someday. I know there's not much to say, but if nothing else, just remember that you've made it this far, and it's just a bit farther now. Let's finish this. What about the Seaman Retention Society? An enormous expenditure of willpower to build up strategic seaman reserves. Maybe it will make you temptation-proof. If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a psycho-locomotor. If it sounds like it.
There. And James Joyce.
And frowned at the lather on his razor blade. He hopped down from his perch and began to search his trouser pockets hastily. "Scutter!" he cried thickly. He came over to the gun rest and, thrusting a hand to Stephen's upper pocket, said, "Lend us the loan of your nose rag to wipe me razor." Stephen suffered him to pull out and hold up on show by its corner a dirty, crumpled handkerchief. Buck Mulligan wiped the razor blade neatly. Then, gazing over the handkerchief, he said, "The bard's nose rag, a new art colour for our Irish poets."
Okay. So yeah, hopefully the idea of mystifying reality through beautiful poetic narration and also mining laugh out loud hilarious comedy through juxtaposing mystical, magical, poetic narration against nasty, boring, miserable reality of the Seaman retention incels is another big thing. Both this book and that game are some of the funniest, absolute laugh out loud, hilarious, like for how dense and difficult and niche they both are. It just doesn't seem to really correspond with how much I'm smiling and giggling throughout the whole things. And this is something that really, really struck me, particularly with regards to how little comes up when you type into Google strings such as Ulysses plus Disco Elysium in quotes. So there is a lightweight, very lightweight amount of people who have spotted this. I see that a lot of the Disco Elysium audience might not have the exact prerequisites required to appreciate Ulysses as much, but the inspiration is there. There's a small portion of Disco Elysium fans who seem aware of what absolutely should be a more incendiary, glaringly obvious thing going on. Like, these are two extremely popular works. One of them is one of the most popular modernist literatures of all time. The other one's one of the most popular RPGs of the past 5 years. But what do we got here? We got Reddit and a blog. javigualaway.net. Fairly small, low-key outlets have talked about the relation between these two. And this is like some tough reckoning with a side of my personality that's developed over the past 10 years that a lot of gamers don't like, and that is like my perpetual disappointment with the ability for gamers to be able to spot the real world inspirations behind the metaphors of the stories they are consuming in their games. It feels absolutely absurd to me that something as well known as Metal Gear and well popular and borderline mainstream as Metal Gear will still get a vocal portion of fan base arguing about how apolitical it is, or it's supposed to be. That's just like one small slice of I think this really tough to reconcile chasm between fans of books and mediums that exist, which really does kind of surprise me. In the 80s and 90s, in the 90s, when I was growing up, you had to learn to read really well to play games, I think. They definitely task you to do reading comprehension. When you're playing Resident Evil, you're scanning people's journals and diaries for little clues about where the keys might be and whatnot. You have to put yourself in the shoes of another character, and like you have to comprehend how complicated invisible systems you can't see with your naked eye are. But when it comes to bridging this absolutely irrefutably documented gap in literature studies between the real world and pop culture, there's an aversion to doing it that I have found so discouraging and disillusioning, and the amounts of like arguments and negativity and cynicism that you get in response to this stuff is so insipid and brain dead, on top of just being absolutely discouraging, that I felt it was worth mentioning when wrapping up a revisiting of one of the like your proto version of an extremely mainstream successful mythological military war story where a sense of magical realism is there that's supposed to teach young boys the horrors of war and responsibilities of masculinity or something, that like the amount of stuff going on here is way deeper than what we have really trained ourselves into giving it credit for. I think that's that. Yeah. All right, let's answer a couple more questions from chat, and let's click around with some extra boss survival modes, or I don't know, the difficulties had an easy mode and an original mode, and I played on original mode, so I don't think I'll get anything out of playing on a harder mode. But what's the chat doing? Let me bring the chat up on the screen and take I was really lost in that train of thought for a while, and missed some messages going on here. Yeah, I think the last one that I was really fascinated with and appreciated was this thing about how there's a lot of Japanese World War II trauma that's probably in there that we never even would have known, except the stuff about the atom bombs. Western audiences are absolutely aware of just how afraid of the bomb Metal Gear is over other media of this style and genre. Like, the terrorists launching a nuke over the middle of nowhere, respective middle of nowhere in Russia and China. In Metal Gear Solid 1, they have this conversation about how they specifically need to blow it up somewhere completely unimportant where no one will die and the media can cover it up and the governments can still pretend like they have control. And that's supposed to be terrifying to the audience. So a lot of the atom bomb trauma is absolutely positively there. That never escaped us. But some of the smaller minutiae over, like, soldiering and soldierhood might have a larger slice of that pie, might be more Japanese World War II than Vietnam than we might have originally thought. There might be this outer layer, sure, of very clear references to Vietnam War movies, but a certain interpretation of them that calls on metaphors that a lived experience under Japanese culture would be better able to observe than any of us could. What else we got? MGS1 was a 6-year gap in lore from MG2. Or from 90 to 98, so it's about 6, 7, 8 years in real life. It's pretty close. I feel like anything you say about Big Boss, here's good qualities, here's bad qualities, you can say about nearly any general or dictator like Churchill, right? Yeah, I feel like it's probably the younger gamers who hadn't played Metal Gear 2 who would be making that observation. And yeah, Ashvark, we're talking about Godzilla. Yeah, the atomic bomb metaphors going on with Godzilla is something that's never been lost on Western audiences. The whole world was aware of what's going on with that once it came out. That was it's like, okay, here, can I actually make a claim here? No, this is a good one. What Metal Gear Solid is to Japanese video games, Godzilla is to Japanese movies. No, never mind. I forget. I'm stopped. I take it back. No, it doesn't work. Because Metal Gear Solid was aimed at international audiences and Godzilla wasn't. Yeah, forget anything about it. Just, it is continuing on tradition, sir. There's Godzilla influence. Kojima has a little paragraph in Metal Gear Solid 3 about how much he loves the Godzilla movies, but maybe I shouldn't go so far as to say that Metal Gear Solid is the video gamification of the Godzilla franchise. Of turning this, like, really intense survival guilt about war into a silly monsters in foam suits fighting each other. The audience can laugh and cry in equal amounts, and then when they're walking home, think about what all the metaphors might have supposed to be represented, and just how conscious and aware a lot of them really were. Oh, the psychology podcast, right. My favorite chapter is the orgasm of Malibu. Oh my gosh, I wonder what Ron Cinephile was talking about when I said this is tremendously important. Take note, mofos. Yeah, I'm taking questions here. I might as well ask that question. Ron Cinephile, what was I talking about when you said that whatever I was talking about must have been extremely important? The power of the language is indescribable. Disco is so much internal dialogue with the different parts of his consciousness. No, okay, I thought I had earlier that I want to bring up for this conversation here about this, a sort of grating tension between the energies of video game fans and literature fans, I think comes out with how there is also so often the stereotype, the maxim, the assumption that video games are not going to be able to do storytelling as well as movies and books, and that they may never be able to do as well. I go back and forth on that throughout my life. Right now, I might feel a little more optimistic than I felt a couple weeks ago, but it's something I haven't felt very optimistic about for the past 5 years. But one of the things going on that reading Ulysses really helped open my eyes to the fact is that when a book is filled with words from top to bottom, from one side of a page to another. You can have a you can depict an absolute, the utter reality of the description of the words, a very ordinary, more boring, mundane situation where a character is walking down the sidewalk to buy soap. But in a video game, there's not going to be, in a movie, there's not going to be a whole lot of words flying across the screen. In this book, Ulysses, when a character is walking down the sidewalk to buy soap, the one page to the next will be full of words describing a really intensely exciting vision of the reality that guy is in. It'll describe the air molecules he's walking through on his way to the store. It'll describe the history of the street he's walking down as he's going down that street. And then, of course, there's the stream of consciousness stuff, where it'll describe the really intense, fast-paced thoughts going through the inland empire of his mind, and then juxtapose that against how boring and mundane and silly the outside world is. And so, when you're playing a game where you are controlling a guy walking down a sidewalk to go to the store to buy soap, your eyeballs are going to be scanning the screen for all sorts of interactive little objects on that sidewalk that I am now starting to feel cut gaming a little bit closer to the literary tradition than what it is typically proscribed at. In movies, in order to depict the kind of stream of consciousness or hyper-realism style that Ulysses does, the tropes and patterns that we have established by nowadays would probably have us like look at a character's forehead with their eyes in frame and then play a disembodied thought in their head, and then maybe another disembodied thought will come up and argue about it, and then maybe the camera will like cut and do a montage of historical scenes on the streets he was walking down, or like zoom in on bits of branches flowing through the air to try and capture the spirit of these passages describing air molecules moving out of the way of Ulysses Bloom Man walking down the sidewalk to buy soap. In a video game, there's a really intense internal dialogue going on in your head of all time. This is something that Disco Elysium will open your eyes to. When you are playing video games, you're constantly second-guessing yourself and arguing against yourself and having an intense internal dialogue with yourself over matters of interactivity that I think have kind of sort of contributed to gaming being more exhausting of an activity than passive entertainment like movies and TVs. And it's because you're not writing when you make a game, but you are, like, the voice in your head is doing work. It's doing a lot harder work with games than other mediums, where walking down a sidewalk to get your character to buy a bar of soap is going to involve you butting heads with problems on the way there, and also suspicions over whether or not you're doing anything right. Your eyeballs are going to be zooming into any potential interactive bit of sidewalk on your way there. When you read Ulysses, the words are going to be zooming in on like atomic molecules in the sidewalk vibrated underneath Ulysses Bloom Man's feet as he walked to the store to buy soup. I don't really know how you'd capture that without some ridiculous CGI animations in a movie, but in a video game, in like Disco Elysium, your mouse cursor is excitedly trembling underneath your character's feet as you go to the store to buy soap or whatever, and you're constantly thinking in your head about whether or not something in that sidewalk has some deeper layer of history or meaning to it. And maybe that's what we should be focusing on with regards to games criticism and games analysis, and trying to bridge this gap between literature analysis and cinematic analysis with games analysis, and ultimately, hopefully, by the end of the process, coming up with a better way to talk about this stuff, a better fan base who are going to be more polite and excitable about sharing this stuff with other people, and a better industry of game developers more in tune with telling better stories that are more better able to interface with the mechanical realities of the machine. Woo! What else we got? Between this and Pentiment, you're selling the idea that all great games were first great books. Yeah, totally. Yeah. No, read the Iliad. It is descriptions over and over again of video game main characters chopping up bad guys and taking their ammo. I will... Oh, I'm gonna bring it up right now. It's, what do I need to go to here? Bum bum bada 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 bum 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 bada bum bum bada bum bum Okay, I got a window capture set to book 5 of the Georgiad here. If you guys like want to know for sure that I at least have this stuff in the works on a computer that I have been like clicking around and trying to, the days just go where I'll be like looking at pages like this and unable to keep it up. But anyways, video games. I wanted to show you guys right in front of your face how close the how close these ties come. You missed. Da 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 bum 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 ba da bum 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 bum. Okay. Audio, let's mute Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake and open a tab of YouTube. This is video gamey as hell. Holy cow. Alright, here we go. And with that, the gray-eyed goddess soared away in flight, and the son of Tydeus went charging back into the front line of champions, his spirit ablaze with hunger to fight the Trojans. But now his strength was 3 times more fierce than it ever was before. He was like a lion that some mountain shepherd had wounded, a lion made only angrier from the pain, a lion who springs over a wall of sheep. And a shepherd retreating in fear, unable to defend his flock, retreats under the shelter of buildings while panic-stricken sheep are carried off one by one. Ever thus did Diomedes rage furiously through the Trojans. He killed Astionos and Hyperion, shepherd of his people, at first with a thrust of the spear above the nipple, the other with a slash of his sword through the collarbone, severing the victim's shoulder from his neck and back. He left both of those men to die as he went after Polydios and Abbas, sons of an elder dream interpreter named Eurydamas. They never came back for him to read their dreams again, for mighty Diomedes had brought them to their end. He then gave chase after Xanthos and Thoon, the 2 sons of Phaenops, both of them very dear to their father in his sorrowful old age, who could beget no more sons to inherit his riches. And Diomedes ripped the life out of them both, leaving their father retching with grief and shedding tears, never able to welcome them home from home, leaving only more distant kin to carve apart their inherited birthright. And then he came upon 2 sons of King Priam, Echemon and Chromius, both in one chariot. He leapt upon them as a lion snaps the necks of calves and heifers browsing a deep glade. So too did Diomedes hatefully hurl them down from their horses, giving them no chance. He stripped them of their armor and passed their horses onto the closest comrades to drive the Illyrian horses back to the Achaean vessels. And as Diomedes smashed through lines of Trojan warriors, one of them, Aeneas, watched desperately and hunted through their ranks for Pandarus, searching through a rain of thrown spears for the brave son of Lycaon. Okay, so there's going to be some dialogue, but there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5! 5 paragraphs of Diomedes just killing bad guys and taking their drops. And then at the beginning is Athenas giving him a buff. His strength becomes 3 times more fierce. She gives him an attack buff spell that increases his attack strength value by 3 times, and then goes killing bad guys and taking the armor that they drop and the horses. It's like, how? Have I not sold you on this concept yet? What is even the counter argument to this concept? Maybe, should I be preparing for that? Like, what's... I am absolutely sure that there's going to be people out there who think I'm getting way too deep into pop culture war stories and I'm absolutely navel-gazing. I'm wondering if they'd be able to form a coherent and convincing counter argument that I could actually take into account here to make this stuff better. But all right, what do we got going on the chat that I missed while I was doing this? There's definitely something to be said about English not being every gamer's first language and how many learn English through video games. Yeah. I was thinking of doing a video on Occidentalism and how when you spot Occidentalist trends in Japanese naming conventions, you will never unsee them. It's giving a universal little take notes. It'll be on the exam. Hey George, would it be rude to ask what you've been up to of late? No, it would not. The question is warranted, and I have a reasonable answer, I think. I mean, the most reasonable thing is the stuff going on with my mom with regards to how much more time I'm spending. The less reasonable stuff, but I think other YouTuber types would totally be able to relate, is the, like, burnout going on and depression going on with the way that the lifestyle just does not seem very, very compatible with the typical sources of serotonin and dopamine that most normal people get throughout their lives. Yeah, no, like being more or less completely alone in the expectations of the kind of sort of writing work of a job that it is makes a lot more wrenches appear in the process than others. Apolitical is something they try to hit you with, but it irrefutably never rings true. That shit's for losers. Even subconsciously, your personal biases experience will seep through anyways. Why do younger players idolize Big Boss? He's like the wrong person to idolize in this series. I think it's because a lot of the prequel games have kind of sort of wanted to keep their hands clean of the results of Big Boss's villainy that we do see in Metal Gear 2, which is 90 kids locked up in the basement of a warmonger's headquarters. No, it's like really the kids that are the most important part. I think younger players idolize Big Boss because they have come into the series with the prequel games being their entry points. And the prequel games have typically not quite fully had the heart to dive into the depths of depravity going on with the character. They're mentioned off-camera. You know, in Metal Gear Solid 5, we find out that the real Big Boss was off-camera, and a lot of the horrible things he was doing were happening off-camera, and we were merely, like, contributing as an accessory or a complacent to raising generations of child soldiers to be adult mercenaries. At the same time, we also save the world from vocal cord parasites. So it's like, the villainy of Big Boss is something that is gonna get treated with kitty gloves when you're playing the actual Big Boss games. MGS is way more consistent than Godzilla! Okay, so talking about Ulysses was the extremely important stuff, apparently. Your internal monologue... Oh, wait, where was I? I just lost my space. Your internal monologue is either narrated by Linville Brown or Patrick Bateman, and there's no in-between. I don't know, my internal dialogue sounds like what I wish my voice would sound like. I think I might be somewhat blessed to not have an internal dialogue that sounds that different from my rare voice. I just feel like I sound way smarter in my head than I do when I say it out with my mouth, of course. Okay, but he's a murderous... Do you think, just fourth wall joke? Okay, so Big Boss is a murderous child soldier raising warmonger. True, but if you discount Foreign Peace Walker, at least you tried to reconcile... Murderous child soldier raising warmongers in real life are able to recognize... Ah! I'm pressing weird buttons. Are able to reconcile it and have justifications and rationalizations for it. That's also very scary when you get into the oldest rungs of literature history, is that warmongers and the default view of war is that it is a necessary evil that will exist forever no matter what. And yeah, the reason why the Iliad is a war story where the protagonist, I'm not going to call them good guys because the Iliad is pretty morally neutral, like the Greek cultural warrior society mindset that established itself as the dominant culture of Western history. Both Greece and Rome considered conquering to be a good thing. A question over whether or not warmongering would have been as bad to them as it is to us is something that a few books have probably been written on that give elaborately detailed versions of just saying yes. Yes, and warmongers in real life throughout history have been able to rationalize it in ways that convince thousands of people of them being on the right side of history regarding it. Okay, so true, but if you discount Foreign Peace Walker, he at least tries to reconcile it. Oh, I mean, as a tragic character, and he has positives, I guess. I think maybe it's just because the young kids didn't play the originals. I don't think, it's just so weird to me, like, in Metal Gear Solid 5, you actually, like, I remember flying a helicopter to Africa and, like, picking little black kids straight out of the jungle, and, like, it was pretty blatant in there that you're doing the whole warmongering child soldier thing, and they still managed to put some kind of kitty gloves on the situation somehow that didn't sell the villainy to the audience strongly enough. I definitely find Metal Gear's themes interesting, though I do find it a bit impenetrable as a series in a way I didn't have as much trouble with Disco or New Vegas. That's a good thing. Okay, so Rocker26A, you need to go through release order. You should play the older games first. The stories and the gameplay both start on a much more sensible, comprehensible baseline than any of the advanced later games you might have come into that might have had you convinced that Big Boss was a hero the whole time, a misunderstood hero the whole time. So warmongering was certainly a good thing to the Romans. You needed triumphs to become consul. It felt like a lot of warmongers use racism as justification, which feels like cheating. Oh yeah, no, there's no way that the Metal Gear games would have Big Boss, like, right, yeah. Holy shit, can you imagine? So Big Boss is trying to establish a transnational, multiracial, multi-ethnic, transnational, sovereign, rogue state of mercenary service being provided to both major powers of the Cold Wars. So, like, I was, like, getting hung up on it in the last stream about how, like, Big Boss is a villain, but he's also explicitly anti-colonialist and explicitly anti-racist. So I think, like, when trying to judge the prequel games for treating the villain with some kitty gloves like that, you might want to consider, like with regards to real-life analogs and metaphors for the character, you might want to consider, like, leftist revolutionaries throughout the 20th century, so often, in so many cases, it is a reliable historical trend. Once they take power after the vacuum, will can quite predictably turn into psychopathic, genocidal, right-wing maniacs, particularly because of a lot of racism against whichever race would have been the metaphorical representation of the colonizers, right? So, like, Big Boss being this anti-colonialist, anti-racist, anti-military industrialist who has those sensibilities in his character alongside the child warmongering stuff is, like, how the kids get there, definitely, for sure. Yeah, Big Boss is, like, I feel like the conversations about Che Guevara especially dig into how Kojima's idolization slash vilification of Big Boss is going to work. He becomes a nihilistic, psychopathic warmonger out of what begin as genuine, valid grievances against the warmongering of the military-industrial complex, and thus the cyclical generational cycles continue, and a conflict of philosophies and ideologies happens behind the lines of the soldiers. Trans rights national, yeah. Big Boss is unquestionably a villain, yeah, because of the whole, like, child soldier thing. But he's also a trans right nationalist, anti-racist, anti-military industrialist, like, visionary. Sort of reminds me of how people talk about Disco's Deserter. Yeah, no, totally. Very similar characters, I would say. It's very important, I think, that Big Boss's depiction as the final boss of Metal Gear 2 has him looking like an ordinary soldier who's just covered in medals. There's a really good fan art, actually, that I'm gonna play us out with here. It was on DeviantArt, and I need to be, like, trying to think up of some train of thought to be able to keep us occupied while I dig down this really cool piece of fan art of Big Boss as the nihilistic 20th century dictator who's just gone way too deep into his own trap of not really being able to visualize the anti-imperialist sensibilities to their logical conclusion. Something about the beret. He's wearing a ceremonial uniform at the end of Metal Gear Solid 3. And at the end of Metal Gear 2, he's wearing a ceremonial uniform covered in even more medals. Yeah, if you're interpreting the pixel art, at least. But yeah, in, like, occasional moments, Big Boss looks more like a dictator than he does the Rambo-esque soldier commando. And I'm trying to find one extremely good piece of fan art that I remember that sold it really well visually. It might have been lost to the whims of the SEO of the ever-changing internet. The foibles of the times are constantly changing your Google fan art search results for popular video game characters. Something. No, that's some AI schlop, but anyways, yeah, for his final moments there, imagine, if you will, Big Boss as, like, a cornered military dictator who's bitten off more than he can chew, has, like, some kind of what would be a good word? some kind of sympathizable left-leaning grievances that start a long-winded, tragic chain of good intentions going bad. I don't know. Was it in a dream? Oh, and there's Big Boss as Sean Connery. You can visualize him as Sean Connery, too, if you'd like. I just remembered how I'm still not done yet. I still want to talk about the, ideal Metal Gear Remake timeline. Here! Is this it? Yeah, no, this is what I'm picturing. This is how I'm picturing the final boss version of Big Boss in Metal Gear 2. This is not actually VP, because there were more medals. Like, the medals is a big thing. Maybe we should just look at the sprite. Big Boss sprite. The medals kind of sort of hint at a unwillingness to let go of prior glory. God, the Google search results these days are just absolute garbage compared to what they used to be. There he is. Okay, so yeah, you see how there's like a little bit of gold? Wait, no? Is that... Okay, like the shoulder pieces are bigger. The boots are a little bigger. The proportions aren't necessarily out of line for how the same sprites look for Solid and... yeah. So, as an aside, point, you might have noticed that there is no plot twist in Metal Gear 2 about how Big Boss was secretly Solid Snake's father, cloned father all along. The story of Metal Gear Solid 1 assumes a plot twist that didn't actually happen in this game. They are former COs and a former CO to his former subordinate. They're not father and son or clone and host. Clone and original. He is supposed to just look like a regular ordinary guy, but with more stuff on his kit. And I thought I would hopefully find a better piece of art illustrating the concept by now, but ended up not. So instead I'm going to say that we got a Metal Gear Solid 3 remake coming on the way, right? But and also a shitload from as far back as I can remember, from as long as I've been doing this stuff, since 2012, there's always been a shitload, millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of Metal Gear Solid fans always demanding that after MGS5 that they seamlessly transition the ending of MGS5 into a AAA value, high quality remake of MG1, of Metal Gear 1. And I don't know if I'm really as on board with that idea as just making new games in general and not remaking things forever. But I would so much rather see a remake of Metal Gear 2 than all of these others. Metal Gear Solid 3 has controls that no one else can get used to except me, but I'm pretty satisfied with the current existing version of the game. But between the two MSX Metal Gears, I feel that Metal Gear 2 is far, far, far and above the better candidate for the remake. Especially because there just doesn't seem to be that much room to chew on for Metal Gear 1's existing amount of content in the game itself, but so far as the overarching series canon goes, you know, the Metal Gear cycle, the cyclical repeating thematic motifs, it seems like not as much happens there as does in Metal Gear 2 either. Metal Gear 2 is very much an attempt, again, to destroy Big Boss and Metal Gear with a with scientists who provide you help along the way. I think the only real, like, loose end from Metal Gear 1 that players would feel out of the loop on when going into a remake would be the stuff regarding Schneider. Schneider is, like, the only thing from Metal Gear 1 that you really need to know to be able to fully piece together a coherent timeline of everything going on in the series with this game's events connected to the others. The other thing that a remake of Metal Gear 2 would have enormous amounts of opportunity to exploit is Ocelot. Ocelot's not there in this version, but considering what happens throughout the rest of the Metal Gear cycle, I'm gonna call it the Metal Gear cycle from here on out, like the Trojan cycle. Over a period of 50 years, different versions of some similar stories have arranged that tell a complicated war drama that gets really overdramatic and melodramatic and philosophical. So yeah, the Metal Gear cycle, I don't think Metal Gear 1 is as strong a piece of that chain as a lot of these fans demanding a remake to. I think a Metal Gear 2 remake would be the much more enjoyable product for the big reason that Ocelot would probably show up. Ocelot falls in love with Big Boss in 1964 and follows him around for the next 50 years. He should be there. He should absolutely be there during Big Boss's final moments, right? He is such an intense, like, genuinely romantic, obsessive follower of Big Boss that the series retrospect makes it feel weird that he's not there. I think it would also be an opportunity to, especially since this is like Big Boss's final moments where things are not going well, to finally push Ocelot back into the fan favorite theatrical dramatic Ocelot territory where he'll do the finger guns and talk in a really gravelly slow voice like this. And wow, that's not even really that hard to do. Revolver. I would love to see what Ocelot is up to right now during the events of this game. When I close my eyes and picture Metal Gear MSX Remake, I have so much more fun picturing a remake of 2 than 1, because I am picturing Ocelot showing up as this, like, annoying little sidekick who follows you throughout the game, and then has some, like, really dramatic, heartbreaking, tear-jerking moments after Big Boss dies, where they'll get real provocative and clean about transitioning over into the next game with more baggage and more messages than the last time. And yeah, no, that's my thoughts on a Metal Gear MSX remake. I'd rather them do 2 than 1. The end. Haha. Why do you think the MGS movie is still in development hell? Do you think it's the subject matter or budget? No clue. I don't think I know the movie industry good enough to make those kinds of calls. I feel like you could remake MGS2 and just introduce a couple flashback... Yeah, that's the thing. Flashback sequences to MG1. So, you know, like, ideally, if we lived in a perfect world, Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake is like Metal Gear Solid Delta. The Metal Gear Solid MSX remake of both MG1 and 2 would be like Metal Gear Solid Omega. A prologue chapter, the ground zeros to MGSV, could be the Metal Gear 1 remake. The tanker chapter. Yeah, Metal Gear 1 is the tanker. Metal Gear 2 is the big shell. Metal Gear 1 is ground zeros. Metal Gear 2 is Phantom Pain. It's bizarre as an outsider how many styles Ocelot has gone through. He was that smarmy little beret guy, and then a kind of weird cowboyish guy, and then he's Lee Van Cleef. Either way, whatever version of Ocelot we are encountering is one of the most fun characters in the game, unless you're playing MGSV. So we could redeem Ocelot by demanding a remake of Metal Gear 2 over Metal Gear 1, guys. We could have a cool Ocelot again. And a cool, like, new version of Ocelot who wouldn't just be repeating the Metal Gear Solid 3. Sure, we're gonna see Ocelot again in Metal Gear Solid 3, but it's a version of Ocelot we've already seen before. We've already seen that before. You know, oh boy, I just had a thought, and then it immediately left me when I read some chat messages. Well, where was I? I don't know where I was. So yeah, I think we're good here. I just spent like how long? 2 hours and 12. I just spent like an hour and a half talking about lore and story analysis, and coming up with it off the cup from the barest list of bullet points I have in front of me. But I hope that I have adequately portrayed to you what the status of my mind has been like for the past 6 years. Since I read the Iliad 6 years ago, I have been thinking non-stop about a seamless continuity of media history, going from the Iliad to Neoplatonism and philosophy, to going to Christianity, to going to the printing press, to going to Don Quixote, to going to dime novels, to going to movies, to going to video games. There is a very, very strong continuity there that I have been unable to drop. It's fascinated me more completely than most other things I've encountered in my life, and I want to be doing more work faster and harder about dedicating my time to this mission to try and get young people watching my content, gamers in particular, to develop better media literary skills, better media literary analysis skills, to correct for some of the really disastrous ways that it's gone in the past 15 years. And I hope that by posting these lectures to the Northrop Frye Educated Imagination series and cross-referencing them against a well-known piece of high school literature class literature, against Metal Gear Solid, against Disco Elysium, will have hopefully sold that point about the extremely important salient landscape of media influences that stories release into, and how the voice in your head that interprets the message of those stories and what you are ultimately going to do with them ultimately stands as a metaphor for the collective voice of society at large and what people en masse are about to do together and what they have done previously in history. With all that being said and out of the way, I hope that you guys have a wonderful night and have appreciated all this much of a deep dive into the analysis of video game stories as I hope you were able to, and that'll give you some meat to chew on for the next few weeks of your life. Thank you for watching, thank you for donating, and thank you for taking me as seriously as you did in this endeavor. I'm gonna be doing Ghost Babble next. I am going to do Ghost Babble before I break the emergency glass to stream Metal Gear Solid 3. And it'll be my first time playing Ghost Babble, so I'll probably fail a lot and not know how to play the game good, but I will also get hit harder by the story, because that's something that only happens once. It'll be the hardest I will get hit by the Ghost Babble story because it will be my first playthrough, and that will be what we are in for next. I am greatly looking forward to it, everyone. Good night.